determined, but she knows it won't be this week.
Right. We're
Okay.
not trying to put her up this
All right.
week. And also, as far as the first person that we had, that person has said that to apprise the court that they are in traffic. I told them they were going to be here. They were supposed to be here at a certain time. They had a problem with their back yesterday. I had talked to them early this morning, and they said that it was giving them a little bit of trouble, but I talked to them about 10 minutes ago. Actually, I talked to them before 8, at about 8:15. And that's when they also said that they were having a little trouble with their back, but they were on their way. They should be here by 8:45. I talked to them a few minutes ago. They said that they were still in traffic. The traffic was heavy and that they anticipated 9:15. Or that's what they said. And they called while I was on the elevator with Mr. Harvey. And I was trying to just get in here.
Okay.
So
All right, well, I think one of the jurors is running a little bit late today as well. So although he or she, I don't even know if it's a he or she, might be able to get here by 9, but we'll just see. So can I ask why? I mean, you gave us a list of several crime scene investigators and techs and officers that you have added back in, based on, you said, I guess,
well,
evidentiary objections that have been made recently. Yeah.
So, for instance, one of the ways that the state pared down its witness list was to, we did not anticipate that there would be an objection to such a thing as, we know that this was this person's apartment. The responding officer saying this was this person's apartment. Yesterday, we garnered a hearsay objection to that information. Many of the witnesses that we had taken out are, for instance, people who've collected shell casings from scenes.
Okay.
A few weeks back, I believe that there was an objection, or there was a concern voiced that we will object to the NIBIN results if there's not a chain of custody shown. We had more than 28 shootings that had shell casings collected on scene.
Okay.
If there's that objection, we have to have people to talk to.
Okay, so that's based on chain of custody. I was trying to figure out why the crime scene techs would be now needed based on yesterday's objections, but it's not yesterday's, it's the chain of custody objections.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
And I believe that the question was posed whether there were people that we weren't intending to call, and I wanted to include those people that we were adding back in.
Okay. And then the second set is to establish who lives certain places.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Well, is there any defense movement on either of those issues, either chain of custody if every crime scene tech does not testify, or who lives where? If not, I guess we've got 28 additional witnesses. Okay, we have 28 additional witnesses. Yeah.
Refer to someone as them,
Someone's what?
as them. I know that we have a AS that we haven't been using. That person's name, is that who we're talking about with the back issue? Or
Mm-mm. That's, who is it? Miss Love
It was
Thorpe?
Yes, that's what we announced yesterday.
Remember yesterday at the,
okay, so that's who they're planning on calling first?
I guess.
And regarding the witness who is the other one,
AS, yes. What, do we know anything new about? Is that who you meant?
No. the one
Okay,
that's
a
in the
different
hospital,
other one.
Different other one.
Okay,
The one with the medical issues.
okay,
I believe Mr. Shive is here. We're trying to discern what their current status is. I don't know that, and I have had no opportunity to speak to his doctors. That I believe is very important based on just the conversation that I've had with
sure. I doubt if his doctors are gonna tell you anything without a court order.
that's what that's what we believe too. So
Mr. Shive, however, could tell you if he wanted to. Or if his client is okay with that.
Well,
there was,
situation is, DA called me last night when I was 50 miles from here. But what I'd like to do is, preliminary hearing, deal with that, go to the hospital. You can have an investigator or somebody else be right there when the doctor's there, and with my client's okay, they can get whatever information they want.
that is exactly.
That would
be
work, I
perfect.
believe.
And yep, that would be perfect.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Shive, will you alert somebody from the state team once you're finished with your preliminary hearing?
As
Okay,
soon as I finish, we'll come down.
Oh, okay,
Whatever
great.
investigator wants to go with me.
thank you.
Thank them.
All right, so the crime scene investigators and officers that you're needing to add back in for a chain of custody, can you try to just limit their testimony
Oh, it will be.
purely to chain of custody, 5 minutes, they're done?
That is exactly what we
Wonderful.
intended to do. Yes, we did.
All right.
And,
Good morning, everybody.
All right, and I received the brief from Ms. Abassi and from you, Ms. Love, on the overt, I think, I can't remember, I haven't looked at it yet, but a brief from each of you, which I'll look at. All right, the juror that was running late is not here yet, but close, so.
and Your Honor, if the court will
Yes.
permit me to step out just to inquire about my witness and his ETA as well. And I would also,
Oh, and you had asked if the Mr. Zachary can be called out of turn or in the middle of testimony, and that's fine. I
Thank
mean,
you.
however it needs to work.
thank you.
Okay.
This microphone, though it's showing red that we're supposed to be off, I believe that it is amplifying and broadcasting. I don't think that we would be able to have a conversation that's not broadcast. I don't know why though it's off as red, it's live.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
If you turn it to green, does it turn off?
No, I turned it to green.
Okay. So a new set of sound issues. Great.
Can we, is it possible to have IT come and,
Well,
oh,
Ms. Pursfield's reaching out to them now.
thank you. May I step outside?
Yeah, you may. Is there any other matter from the defense that we need to take up before, obviously, the juror gets here? We have to wait for the juror to get here, but anything in the meantime?
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams.
Okay, anybody else? Nope. Okay. We'll just recess in place until we have the witness and the jury.
We discuss the matter outside the courtroom.
Sure. Is that who you meant?
No. the
Okay,
one
a
that's-
different other one.
Different other one.
Okay,
The one with medical issues.
okay.
I believe Mr.
One with the medical
Schatz here, we're
issues.
trying to discern what their current status is. I don't know that, and I have had no opportunity to speak to his doctors. That I believe is very important based on just the conversation that I've had with,
Sure. I doubt if his doctors are going to tell you anything without a court order.
that's what that's what we believe too, so.
Mr. Scheib, however, could tell you if he wanted to. Well, if his client is okay with that.
There was,
Okay, so definitely
They called me
Zachary.
last night When I was 50 miles from here, but what I'd like to do is I have a preliminary hearing, deal with that, go to the hospital, you can have an investigator or somebody else be right there, when the doctor's there, and, if my client's okay, they can get whatever.
Okay.
information they want.
that is exactly.
That would
would be
work, I
perfect.
believe.
And, yep, that would be perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And Brittany
So,
Brown, you
Mr.
might be
Scheib,
right.
would you
Antrevia Smith could
alert
be AS.
Somebody from the state team once you're finished with your preliminary hearing. Okay,
I swear they mentioned a
okay,
plea.
great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I swear they mentioned a plea when talking about AS
All right, so
yesterday.
the
Squeak.
crime scene investigators and officers that you're needing to add back in for a chain of custody, can you try to just limit their testimony
Oh, it will be.
purely to chain of custody, 5 minutes, they're done?
That is exactly what we
Wonderful.
intended to do. Yes, we did.
All right.
And,
Okay, so we're going with AS being Antrevia Smith, but I swear they mentioned a plea
right.
deal for witness with AS
And I
yesterday.
received the brief from Ms. Abbasi and from you, Ms. Love, on the overt, I think, I can't remember, I haven't looked at it yet, but a brief from each of you, which I'll look at. All right, the juror that was running late is not here yet, but close, so.
and Your Honor, if the court will
Yes.
permit me to step out just to inquire about my witness and his ETA as well. And I would also,
Oh, and you had asked if Mr. Zachary can be called out of turn or in the middle of testimony, and that's fine.
Thank you.
However it needs to work.
thank you.
Okay.
This microphone, though it's showing red that we're supposed to be off, I believe that it is amplifying and broadcasting. I don't think that we would be able to have a conversation that's not broadcast. I don't know why though it's off as red, it's live.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
If you turn it to green, does it turn off?
No, I turned it to green.
So a new set of sound issues. Great.
Can we, is it possible to have IT come and,
Well,
Oh.
Ms. Persfield's reaching out to them now.
thank you. May I step outside?
Yeah, you may. Is there any other matter from the defense that we need to take up before, obviously, the juror gets here? We have to wait for the juror to get here, but anything in the meantime?
Not on behalf of Ms. Williams.
Okay, anybody else? Nope. Okay. We'll
Interesting.
just recess in place until we have the witness and the jury.
Because they had the new IT
Sure.
come in last night, right? After court. And now they gave her a microphone that doesn't turn off. Help us all. Help us all. But yeah, guys, I do think AS is Antonio Sunlin. It could be Antrevia Smith. But I swear they mentioned, a plea deal. He didn't want to testify. Or didn't want to be shown on camera or whatever. So that's why I keep saying I think it's Antonio Sumlin. And yes, Antonio Sumlin's AKA is Obama. So, but thank you to Leah's dad for becoming a member. Another instance where I thought you were already a member. So if you never were, thanks for becoming one. If you were and lost it, thanks for becoming a member again. Steven Satchel, thank you so much for all your support. Already starting early, gifting a membership. Make sure you guys say thank you. And Gwennon. Gwennon saying, I'm going to snipe somebody today. So Gwennon just slimed somebody. Ike says, good morning, Kat and chat. And guys, I love that you guys are doing the capital C and the 2 T's for the chat. It's amazing. And Ike, you are our resident timepiece eyeballs, and we're skating to Liberty. Yeah, we're skating away from Liberty with this trial, day 131. Ike, you are our visual storyteller with emojis. Marlena Mack, how generous, is gifting 5. And I'm late to getting to these, but I'm sure you guys in the chat already said thank you, but show some thanks again. If you got a gift membership, make sure they know that you're appreciative. And as soon as you say thank you, check out those custom emojis. It's been like a week since we've added new ones. It might be time for some new emojis. Maybe Who do we got? We can get Keratin Matthews up in there. We need a Keratin Matthews emoji. And a Miss Westmoreland one would be kind of nice too. And don't forget, there's a duck. There's a duck emoji that we added to count the chair squeaks. So that's always a good time whenever we catch one of those. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Marlena. My military mind says, does anything the state has done add up? Nope. No, they just keep adding. That's like the only thing that adds up is they're adding 28 more witnesses and extra questions that don't need to be asked. 30 questions about what alcohol of choice someone keeps next to their nightstand. But no. Cash Money Cass says, will Love have her homework done? Hard copies. That was actually really funny to me yesterday. Judge Whitaker, a couple days ago, or I think on Friday, wanted hard copy printouts of these email correspondence between any witness that took a plea deal, and there may have been negotiations done through email for changes to these plea deals. Just like we had with Derek Wright and Mungtunk Antonio Sledge. So they're supposed to turn over these digital copy or these copies of these emails. Love adds them all to one long, I don't know the file type, but let's say it was a PDF. She just like pastes all of the email correspondence in one big hodgepodge with no separation between email replies, or, you know, if this is relating to one witness and then these are related to the next, it was just one long run-on sentence of a document that she sent over digitally. So then I think yesterday Whitaker's like, can you get a hard copy of these? Or it was Friday. She's due to bring a hard copy of these emails yesterday morning. Didn't have them. And Whitaker's like, okay, well, by the lunch hour, I, told you to bring me a hard copy so we can do this in-camera review. And I need it before lunch so we can do the in-camera review during the lunchtime. Then they get the hard copy review and same issue. You can't tell where anything separates. So Whitaker's like, basically, can you put some page breaks in here? Like signify where what stops and what starts again. So maybe today will be the end of that hard copy email correspondence being finally produced and they can have this in-camera meeting and get that squared away. Right? So Linda says, I'm not even sure she left signatures in her little copy paste. Her signature was giant. Do you guys remember from one of the motions? Maybe it was Doug's, or I don't know whose it was, but they included the correspondence between Melnick and some of the defense attorneys. It might have been Shart. And it was like one line email and then like giant signature. So the signature block was like this on the page versus the actual body of the email. Oh man. But it's like, I don't know. Just make it easy to tell where one conversation, one reply stops and the next one starts. And Trivia Smith is the girl that they're saying, there was YSL retaliatory shootings involving, but Mungtung came and testified like, no, that was someone I was involved with who was also involved with Shell Kell. Like it was a different beef, personal beef over this girl and Trivia Smith. But the state's theory is that YSL was ordering Mungtung to go shoot up Shell Kell over this girl as a rival gang and gang retaliation. So, and actually, I think if you guys want face to name, hold on, I have the PowerPoint open. And I'll say it again, I love that I rely on this Operation PowerPoint, Planters PowerPoint, when it's excluded and the jury can't rely on it to keep dates and faces straight. I think that's hilarious. But here's their slide about Mungtung and Antonio Sledge. And are they spelling Mungtung wrong, or have I been spelling it wrong this entire time? Because I spell it with a U in both parts as 2 words. Munk, like Mount-tunk. Maybe they have it wrong. But yeah, so this is Antrevia Smith here at the top. So, this dang PowerPoint. And again, I'll drop the link to that. I do find it really helpful for these dates. I'm not very good at hearing dates. I have to see the date written down on paper to keep track of a timeline. And this PowerPoint has helped me. Oh no, it wouldn't surprise me if the state was wrong. And then shout out to John Coleman. Good to see you, John. John is gifting 5. John Coleman. Very good to see you guys. John Coleman is someone I enjoy seeing in other chats as I float around the YouTube universe. Okay, good. I think we're all on the same page here that the state probably spells Munktunk wrong and there's U's in there somewhere. Cambo says, well, neither Munk nor Tunk is a word, so I think either will fly. There we go. Oh boy. And then Belle Louise dropping 5. Belle dropped 5 yesterday. Thank you so much. Cute dog in the picture. Very cute dog. I want to pat the head. Wait, where's my... Boop. Unnamed and unindicted gifted a membership and says, and this is to everybody, good morning, Slime Fam. So we're going to say good morning. Put all the green in the chat. And one of my favorite things about this trial is how Doug Weinstein, an attorney in this case, has embraced all things green, references to snakes, slime, talking about when an athlete or a celebrity does the nose wipe. Oh, always a good time with Doug Weinstein. And let's see. I do want to look real quick and see if we have any filings, if we got the state's briefs up there. So let me refresh real quick. It seems like they didn't send in their witness list yesterday. They had to send it this morning, which I guess circumstances, they kind of brought some of the circumstances on themselves, but I also, once they put themselves in that situation where they don't know if they can call Quindarius Zachary because of his health, you know, you're already in a situation where you have uncertainty. So I get that the uncertainty made it necessary. All right, and now the portal doesn't want to let me log in, so I'll check when the court starts back up for those briefs that the state apparently filed at 3:18 a.m. this morning. Sherry Aguilar, thank you so much. Sherry Aguilar slimed somebody in the chat. We've got someone green because of Sherry. Thank you so much. Felicia sends $1, no comment. Thank you for the 1. And then gifted 5. So we're going to say, hey, Felicia in the chat. Hold on, I skipped over to the chat and I see you guys saying we need a Kokomo emoji. I can add one if you want. He is kind of like the I Spy, right? When there's a Kokomo sighting. Let's see. What was his first name? Shaquille. So Shaquille Kokomo. Okay. Okay, he has a picture on LinkedIn, so I can make a Kokomo emoji if you guys want. My Pet Goldfish. Shout out to My Pet Goldfish. Gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much. I had a goldfish when I was little. It was like the fancier ones, the ones that are big. And it had air in its stomach and it just kept like floating at the top of the tank. And it was like that for like a month until finally my dad like squeezed the air out. And then it kind of like swam lopsided. It never really like fully got rid of that air, but it never floated back to the top. That thing lived for like 8 years, all wonky. It outlived all the other fish that could swim normally. So shout out to My Pet Goldfish. Good walk down memory lane. And thank you for gifting a membership. Ike says, doesn't the average DA office have lots of 3-foot minions to do all of this paperwork, collating, and dissemination? Well, I don't know. It seems like these investigators are running around looking for different witnesses. They had to get 28 new witnesses on their list, so I'm sure their team is busy. Very busy. Oh, man. Heather, so when I get a red line, sometimes YouTube will tell me that, well, it's through StreamYard. So StreamYard will give me a notification that my comment couldn't send because it thinks it's spam for some reason. And YouTube thinks a lot of weird stuff is spam. Like sometimes all caps will trigger it. Sometimes if you use too many emojis, it'll trigger it, but not always. It's, I don't know. There isn't really an exact criteria I can say that triggers or doesn't trigger it. Yeah, can you imagine working in that office? No, thank you. No, thank you. All right, so I saved the picture of Kokomo. And when court starts, I'll clip it out and put it in the emojis for you guys. So they're on break. So one of the witnesses is late, but so is a juror. So I guess we have to wait for 2 people to get here to really start because the witness is supposed to be the first witness they plan to call. So definitely a late juror. They cannot start with a late juror. And then if the juror happened to have arrived already and the witness still isn't there, it seems like the state also was not prepared to call someone else before that witness. So a double layer of why we're on pause. But what's interesting is, I mean, if the state filed briefs, I mean, we could have used this time to make some arguments here. And we're not using it, so yeah, we're doing a 10 a.m. start. Glanville's back. If you hear me say Obama, that is the AKA, the also known as for Antonio Sumlin. Antonio Sumlin is one of he was indicted, but he took a plea deal. Hold on, let me get the stats on his plea deal. Okay, so Antonio Sumlin is here. A 6th defendant charged in the sweeping gang indictment involving rapper Young Thug entered a negotiated guilty plea on Thursday. This was a while ago. This was back in that plea marathon of December. Antonio Sumlin, 32 at the time, who's also known as Obama, pleaded guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to violate the racketeer, so RICO, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit a crime, and participation in criminal street gang activity. So all just vague acts: RICO, conspiracy, and participation in criminal street gang activity. As part of the negotiated plea, Sumlin was sentenced to 15 years of probation. Sumlin is among 6 defendants who have pleaded guilty ahead of next month's trial. The initial indictment charged 28, blah, 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 blah. All right, so does this go on? Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't going to end and not give us details. He might not be great. Oh my gosh, get it together, Kat. He might not be great at math, but he's sure great at gangs, Your Honor. Imagine this being like your yearbook quote. He might not be great at math, but he's sure great at gangs, Your Honor. Oh my God, they're talking about the gang expert. Guys, do you remember Quentin Hall? Hold on, this article is a gem. This article is a gem. Defense attorneys and prosecutors square off, taking turns questioning DeKalb County jail investigator Quentin Hall on his qualifications as a gang expert. He might not be great at math, but he's sure great at gangs, Your Honor. This is hilarious. We need to go back and do a rewind on this. We need to go back and do a rewind, because if I'm not mistaken, this is the one that actually... Didn't they not qualify him? This is a throwback. Holy moly. So Siri Shada Jimenez, shout out to Siri. He's no longer working this case because, you know, his client's out. But Siri Shada Jimenez does a podcast when they get time with Doug Weinstein. The testimony shows that he just doesn't meet the qualifications, responded defense attorney Siri Shada Jimenez. Hall testified that he had interviewed or identified more than 50 gang members at the DeKalb County Jail and listened to more than 1,000 hours of recorded jail phone calls. But defense attorney Siri Shada Jimenez, who is representing co-defendant Cordarius Dorsey, questioned Hall's qualifications. The judge sided with the defense and did not qualify him as an expert. We have to rewatch that. At this point, I'm not going to qualify him as an expert, explained Judge Glanville. I'll revisit that should the state repackage his particular or he testifies more succinctly. I'm not satisfied as to now. Okay, so they don't give us details about the plea terms in that article, but that was a throwback. Holy moly, the Clinton Hall expert witness. Let me get this shared back up, the court feed. And oh my gosh. Oh, back then I thought the case was going to go way differently. Like, okay, they're not qualifying this gang expert. And then fast forward, we still have like a million gang experts testifying to the same thing over and over at trial. And just think about that. They actually disqualify somebody, but they kept the other knuckleheads. Like, let's see if I can find terms of the plea. Okay, this is Atlanta Journal-Constitution. They're usually very good with their details. Shout out to our guy, Joseph Batt. So Antonio Sumlin, 15 years probation. Here we go. Conditions of the plea. Conditions of the plea agreement include a curfew from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. unless he's working, going to school, medical emergency, and no contact with any co-defendants. As part of the deal, Sumlin will testify, quote, truthfully. So it's going to be the same language used in Trontavia Stevens, Tick, Slug's plea agreement, if asked to during the trial, but reserves the right to invoke the Fifth Amendment. There we go. Sumlin joined Atlanta rappers Slime Life Shorty, Gunna, and Lil Duke, and co-defendants Walter Murphy and Quantavious Greer in entering guilty pleas in the past 2 weeks. Most have already been released from jail. While Greer's back in prison, I think he violated probation. With less than a month before trial starts, the 6 plea deals bring the remaining number of defendants to 22. So boom, they just go into... All right, we get a little more. This is Siri Shada Jimenez in this picture here. We get a little detail here on the Quinton Hall not being qualified as an expert. Siri Shada Jimenez argued Hall didn't know much about gangs inside the jail. He said prosecutors are trying to get as many, quote, experts as possible to testify at trial. This is going to be a 6 to 9 month long trial, not because of the evidence, but because of the sideshow prosecutors are trying to put up, Jimenez said. They are trying to get everything in, everything that has nothing to do with the facts of the case. Woo, shout out to Siri. Siri Shada Jimenez is the one that said Love accused him of using a printer to spy on her. That is Siri Shada Jimenez. All right, so according to the indictment, Dorsey, so Siri Shada Jimenez's client, allegedly ordered and directed Sumlin to kill a fellow gang member for disrespecting Dorsey and refusing to put money in his account while he was locked up. He is charged with conspiracy to violate the RICO Act and conspiracy to commit a crime. Jimenez argued prosecutors are trying to group in people who are not experts with those who actually are in an effort to bolster the state's testimony. If you put them all in there, they all sound very important, but they are not. And then Glanville seems to side with the defense. So there we go. There we go. That's a little bit of background and interesting context there on Sumlin and Dorsey. And back to the old seal. Back to the old seal. Shout out to the printer. MH Cassidy says, please thank Felicia Anderson, I think, for my new membership. Yes, it was Felicia Anderson. You got it. Thank you very much, Felicia Anderson, from us and from MH Cassidy. So happy she got one. I found because of TLA. Shout out to TLA. Someone gifted a membership to Lead here in this chat yesterday. I didn't see him pop up, but it gifted him a membership. Thank all generous gift givers. God bless. Thank you so much for the kind words. And I did actually ask 2 days ago. I said to Lead, did you retire? Because he hasn't been live in a week and a half. It seems like he's like too comfortable being retired. Ike says, a gang is, quote, 3 or more people and the expert isn't good at math. Oh, yeah, this stuff writes itself. Oh, my goodness. And that was Lizzie I never remember her last name, Lizzie R., the second lead prosecutor on this case before Love. Oh, that's good, Ike. Thank you so much for the 5. And Brooklyn T says, thank you so much, Kat. You are amazing. Thank you so much, Brooklyn T. Thank you so much. And I don't think we have a break because a juror was late, and then also the first witness the state wants to call is late, and we don't actually know right now why we're still on break. We just are. And guys, yeah, I don't have much of an opinion about the Diddy stuff, except like, you know, when he apparently did that much and other people get arrested for so little, my take on it is about time. If he has a defense to levy, go ahead and try. All I know is he denied everything that was in Cassie's lawsuit, and then we have that video come out just like that lawsuit said. So I reserve judgment. If he tries to say he's completely innocent, we've heard him say that before, and then the video that he said didn't exist came out. So I don't have much thoughts on Diddy besides money is power. You know, I think it's so shocking the things people can get roped up on and be in jail for many years for a long drawn out trial. And then Diddy got away with so much for so long. So he has the right to levy a defense. That's my thought. That is my thought. Oh, we're gonna Lizzie McGuire. That's a throwback. That is a throwback. Oh yeah, do we have a hand sign? Hand sign is just me doing a floppy wave. That's a good explanation. Heather D says we're late because they're always late. Oh man. Like just a mess. And I'm sure like well, this is in New York, right? So with Diddy in New York, it's you guys have heard me complain about New York before, you know, not a very transparent area for courts. I'm assuming as a Southern District that scooped him up. I mean, it's gonna be, I know there's gonna be media applications, and shout out to the attention that's going to be on that case because it probably will be more access than most cases will get. But New York courts are notoriously expensive to grab records from, you know, difficult. Like, you've got to make 12 different calls to get someone to tell you you're still in the wrong place to speak to the right clerk. And because Manhattan courts are so busy, even court reporters switch day by day. It's not like they have dedicated court reporters sitting in their courtroom that are attached to a judge like we're seeing here in Fulton County. With New York, it's typically one of the parties, and sometimes they'll agree to split the cost. The court reporters are paid, and there's a shortage of court reporters. So if you're trying to request transcripts of a case in New York, sometimes it's different court reporters each day. And you've got to get in touch with them and put in an application with them for the transcripts that you're requesting. And if you need a 48-hour turnaround, it's like $8 a page. If you wait, the minimum that they can charge, I think is $4.10 a page. It's insane. It is not a fun process trying to follow a trial in New York. So my expectation would be we will not be able to watch. I could be wrong. They could make a change, and I would be happy if they did. But I would guess that we would not be able to stream this Diddy trial. So I guarantee, I'm not gonna say guarantee, but I don't think you'll be able to watch it on YouTube. I just don't think so. So shout out to all the media people that will be there trying to cover it. Yeah, you'll get the drawings, which is sometimes pretty cool to look at, but it's just not the same. Miss AB says the judge is going to flip her wig when they start. And then giggle. And then giggle. Oh boy. Jennifer Devine says, how does a printer spy on anyone? Backstory? Oh my god, when did this come up? I'll go find the tweet. It was when Love was accusing... Was it when Love accused Brian Steele of eavesdropping? Or not Love? I think it was when the June 7th ex parte transcript. The Friday ex parte transcript came out. And they were talking about, it was Love, Hilton, and Glanville talking about, you know, we're keeping eyes, there's outside agitators. And Surishada Jimenez had responded to somebody on X saying he wasn't surprised because, you know, she's always made accusations like this. Let me see if I can go find it. What's his name? It's like Shada Law or something. And Suri used to be a prosecutor. So, you know, at some point, I imagine he worked alongside on the same, I don't want to say the same team, but same office as Love. You know, I don't see him on X. I can't remember what his name was. Oh yeah, do you want to play that clip? Hold on, let me play that. That was a good time. That was a great clip. And guys, after, I'm glad you posted that because I hear miss. I don't hear the mist with a T. I don't have the greatest ears though. All right, so first and foremost, I'm going to drop the link to the clip we're about to play, which means you have an opportunity if you use X to give JR, a resident comedian. JR is the one that started the buffering thing a long time ago. Where is this clip? Great clips of this trial. So if you don't want to sort through a 9-hour stream and find something, JR is usually on it. So here's a link to the clip we're going to watch and an opportunity to click that follow button if you use X. It's short. This is the moment yesterday where Whitaker says Miss Brown.
22 days.
So, Miss Brown, did you hear what he just said?
Yes, no.
Sorry?
You called Miss Brown.
Well, you know what? I'm sorry, but you didn't introduce yourself, and so I was just taking a stab at it. What's your name?
What's that? 88 Seth Brown.
Okay, so what was wrong with me saying Mr. Brown?
You said Miss
No, I didn't. I said Mr.
court
Brown. I
reporter.
just slide my words into each other sometimes.
22 days.
Now, what's the additional problem there, right? It seems like she didn't realize she said Miss Brown. She thought he was raising a fuss because his name wasn't actually whatever, Brown. He sits in this courtroom every day. How do you not know his name as a attorney at this point? So her first issue, she didn't realize it was a Miss versus Mr. thing. She thought it was, well, what is your actual name? Is it not Brown? How do you not know his name by now? Like, you've been here for like 30 days. Like, come on. We might have to do a side counter today. Yeah, and then blames him for it once she realizes that it's a Miss versus Mr. thing. Yeah, and this is why here's that clip for you guys, and give JR a follow. Yeah, just oblivious, exactly this. And she was, you know, I didn't really pay attention to it much earlier on. Where'd the comment go? Here. So she says, I also feel like she doesn't like him. Oh my gosh, after this interaction, when the defense objected, even when the defense didn't object, and there was like a hearsay thing the defense should have objected to, Whitaker was on there like, stop. She was like against Brown for the rest of his questioning. Oh boy. Yes, Jason. Good morning. Good morning to Jason. Did the state add 28 more witnesses this morning? Yep. And what's very interesting is their reason for doing so. I don't know. The state will give an explanation for one thing, and then just like Whitaker slides her words into each other, Love will slide her explanation for things into other things, so she doesn't have to explain the other things. So I don't really get if these 28 witnesses are all chain of custody witnesses. But if you need to add 28 chain of custody witnesses at this point in the game, chain of custody is really important. You never should be saying, oh, I got 28 things I need to establish chain of custody for. Like either way, you're either adding 28 witnesses to be extra, or you're adding 28 witnesses that actually had something really critical and important to testify to, and you just weren't going to call them. Like, just come on. Just come on. Ah, the state. I don't know if we've got anything interesting going on. Every once in a while, someone will say that, hey, here's why we're not there, but I don't really see an update on that. I think someone's just really late. No, they really said 28. Now, I know people were critical of the way Brown was doing questioning yesterday, and I think that's also valid. But the thing is, the objections that were getting sustained against him, or that Whitaker was volunteering to lodge herself, are things that Love also does. And even when the defense objects, the judge overrules it. So Love does the same things Brown does. I don't know if the difference is Whitaker doesn't like Brown, or Whitaker likes Love, or Whitaker doesn't pay attention when Love is talking because, we know how Love is. But the things that we could criticize Brown for, asking a leading question is one example. Cool, we know that's a leading question. He should have a better way to ask that question. It gets objected to and it actually gets sustained. Well, when Love does the same thing, she gets the free pass to keep going. So I don't know what the explanation is, but I still think there's a distinction there. Live, laugh, printer, spy. Yeah, and I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. Belinda Tigner says, Love coaches him for better or for worse. Yeah, so the difference here is Brown doesn't have the word salad. And yeah, according to Love, this witness was supposed to be here at 9:15, but we know how Love time operates. And it could be the juror too. Nameless says the late juror heard about the 28 extra witnesses, turned around and went home, said nope. Oh boy. Yeah, this better not be the case if they're chain of custody witnesses. 28 witnesses, 56 jury days. Well, Whitaker don't like anything Brown, but she likes Love. Even when she gets annoyed with Love. I think like her moments where she gets annoyed with Love, the next time they have an interaction and they're cool again, it's like almost like Whitaker gets endeared to Love after being frustrated with her. Yeah, no, I agree. I think Kiana Shaw's got it here. I'm sure she doesn't like Brown, but then also Brown does horrible witness questioning. Same with the Hertz employees. And then he thought he was doing something and wasn't. Yeah, we haven't had a smooth day of court in like 2 weeks. That is true, Anthony. Always seems like something. Is Rich Homie Kwan's funeral that close? Like, I'm imagining the volume would still congest traffic for certain points in time. Is that close to the courthouse? I've got to say, because I live in Florida, and my brother lives just like, my geography's bad, but I have to go through Atlanta. He's like just north, maybe west. I don't know. But whatever the case is, I'm coming from Florida and I got to shoot up and go to Georgia and then go up to get to my brother. If there's like an accident in a bad place, it will add an extra hour and change to the trip. And last time I went up there, my trip getting there was like 14 hours versus getting home was like 7 hours where I didn't run into any accidents. So, and that was along the whole stretch of the trip. But oh my goodness, if you are stuck in traffic in Atlanta, it is not a joke. It is absolutely not a joke. It is not a good time. And apparently, so Smart Towel, good to see you. Did Love actually have her homework done? So as soon as court starts, I'll pull up the portal and look for the actual documents. But Doug Weinstein said at 3:18 a.m. state's briefs were filed. So oh, this is actually a really good point. So Mark Wardle, he's questioning these witnesses that, they're not co-conspirators. So he has to actually ask things, and there's hearsay objections that are going to be lodged, and he can't just say co-conspirator exception. So Brown has an obstacle that Love usually doesn't question those witnesses. It is always Atkins and Brown that question these non-co-conspirator witnesses. Hilton and Love always question the co-conspirators. Great point. That's really a great point. And shout out to Tay Biz, my guy Tay Biz. Tay Biz is taking a little break, but has some videos coming up later this week. Oh wait, did you do one? You did a quick one on Diddy. You did a quick one. And you also did one on a quick clip of Quindarius Zachary's lawyer. You guys know how much I shout out Tay Biz. Tay Biz, I always have a great time in your chat. I'm so glad you come hang out with us on your downtime. It's an honor. And if you guys aren't already subscribing to Tay Biz, you should be. You absolutely should be. You will not regret it. You will like laugh real tears watching Tay Biz cover, and he's informative. Like that's the beautiful thing, right? It's such a good combo. You actually learn stuff and you laugh your butt off. So I see some motion in the court, but I don't know. I don't know. Enjoy your coffee, Mallory. Heck yeah, Tay Biz is a good follow. Facts, shout out Tay Biz. Yep, that's right. That is right. Black Butterfly says the 28 added is out of spite to debunk yesterday. Yeah, we have 2 witnesses that have back issues, even though it's only one that has a back issue. So, we don't want to keep talking about why they won't show up, why that one witness can't show up. What's wrong with that one witness who's dealing with something? We'll just add 28 more witnesses. We're late on our homework. Sorry, we had to organize 28 more witnesses. Oh, the defense called a bunch of sidebars and we lost them all. Oh, we'll just call 28 more witnesses. I think 28 is going to be a new number that we adopt in this chat. Like 28 is just now a magical number. And shout out to Black Butterfly. Always has great comments. Thanks for the 2. Tamika. Shout out to Tamika. Tamika says, working a little till noon. In listening mode. Love my cat and chat with a capital C. That's what's up. Show Tamika some love. Recently gave her the wrench. And I'm loving her in the chat. She's so friendly, so insightful, and I see you guys interacting with her. I'm so glad that you've embraced Tamika. Shout out to Tamika, and thank you for being an awesome mod. Hold on, I see an acronym here that just popped up. Ike says, Brown, Love, Atkins, and Hilton. If you take the first letter, the blah team. Please, 403. Imagine it being like, if you could treat courtrooms like an auction. And hold on, let me scribble it so I can demonstrate. The lines on my notebook are going to make it hard to read, I bet. And I think my camera's flipped for you guys. So let me know if this is backwards. But you guys will know what I mean. Imagine it was like an auction in the courtroom. We could just be like, 403. We can lobby our objections. It'd be a good time. Whenever the blah team is up, we start yelling 403. Thank you so much, Ike. Mary Ma became a member. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Stephen Satchel gifting one. Stephen Satchel is sniping in these little slimes. Getting new members one by one in here. Appreciate you for all your support. Angie McLaren says, hi, Kat. New to your channel and only started watching this trial since Steele was held in contempt and requested to be jailed with his client. Yeah, that was a very applaudable move. Can you direct me to where Young Thug's charges are listed? Yes, so let's get the indictment. So I'm about to post the indictment PDF in the chat. It's a good one to bookmark. And I think people get confused. It seems like common sense until you see it. Or it should be common sense once they think about it. But I think some people get confused. They see a name and they just think that the stuff right next to it is attached to that person. And that's really not how this works. So when you're looking at this indictment, you have to look at the counts listed under each person's name. And so for Khalif Adams, for example, everybody in this indictment is charged with conspiracy to violate RICO. But these other counts, we'd want to go down to 40, 42, and 43. So 40, 42, and 43, and we could see that, you know, he's got an attempted murder and then 2 charges of participation in criminal street gang activity for 2 different sections of the statute. So I know that seems like really stupid, but just want to point it out because I think looking at this document can be confusing. And then the other thing, as you're going through it, there is a section for overt acts. And when you're looking at these overt acts, you know, these aren't things that they're actually charged with. They're just things that can go to substantiate, you know, there was a conspiracy, that RICO is actually happening. So when you're looking at the overt acts, you may see some things in here, like let's find Rodelius Ryan. So Rodelius Ryan, this murder charge, he's already had a trial for. And I think it's confusing. Like, how can he be charged again? Well, he's not really being charged in this indictment again for the same murder. That would be double jeopardy. This is actually just an overt act. So really, what they're saying here is they're asking the jury to determine if this thing, they're not asking for guilty or an acquittal on this thing. That's not the actual charge. What they're asking is, did Rodelius Ryan do something in furtherance like of the gang? Is this an overt act? So I think those are 2 things to keep in mind when you're looking at a document like this. That I'm sure as I'm saying it, it's common sense, but all right, we're back, you guys. There's no sound though. We got the all right, so I know you guys are gonna go bananas with the emojis. I know the emojis are about to go.
Swear firm testimony give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. I swear. Absolutely. State and spell your first and last name loudly to the mic, of course.
Yes, sir. Detective J. Thorpe Jr., Thorpe. Jim.
Good morning, Detective Thorpe.
Good morning, ma'am.
How are you?
Fine.
Good. Detective Thorpe, would you please introduce yourself to the jury by telling them where it is you currently work?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Jim Thorpe Jr., City of Atlanta
Hang on just a second. You're gonna have to use the mic, Miss Love. Can you hear the witness?
Yes.
All right.
All right, if everyone can hear me and can stand the
Yeah,
static,
that's
I'm going to use this
Thank
one.
you.
Thank you. Would you, go ahead, I apologize. Tell the jury where it is that you currently work.
Yes, ma'am. I currently work City of Atlanta Police Department.
I apologize. I apologize. Tell the jury where it is that you currently work.
Yes, ma'am. I currently work City of Atlanta Police Department Homicide Unit.
How long have you worked at the City of Atlanta Police Department in the homicide?
I work with the City of Atlanta now for 30 years and 9 months.
All right. Have you worked as a homicide detective the entire time?
Yes, ma'am, 20 years.
Now, 30 years and 9 months and 20 years are different. So what did you do when you first started working with the Atlanta Police Department?
My first assignment,
Cannot hear you if you don't use the mic, and I'm sorry that it's staticky. Maybe one day we could get that fixed also, but we're just gonna have to endure the static.
Yes, Your Honor. Try to minimize it. What did you do when you first started working with the Atlanta Police Department?
yes, ma'am. The first assignment was the Atlanta Police Zone 3 Precinct Evening Watch Mobile Patrol.
That would have been in what year that you started that?
I started Mobile Patrol in 95.
What types of activities did you conduct as a Zone 3 Evening Watch Mobile Patrol officer?
Answering 911 calls, dealing with all types of calls of accidents, suspicious persons.
Then,
Uh,
Sustained.
all right. How do you describe the neighborhood of Cleveland Avenue back in 1995? How would you describe it in terms of the community?
Community, like a better terminology, wasn't aggressive. That part of the Cleveland Avenue really was not a high crime area or gang activity respondent back in 95 to 97.
And that was the length of time that you worked evening patrol, 95 to 97?
Yes, ma'am.
And typically, what types of crimes did you have the most opportunity to respond to in that area?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
Mostly shootings, like I said, robberies, burglaries, things of that nature.
Would you describe for the jury your, you mentioned there was not a lot of particular kind of activity. Did that change? Has that changed today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a particular kind of crime that you see more of today that you did not see back in 95?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury what types those are?
Mostly gang activity shootings, related shootings.
Now, after you left Evening Watch Patrol of Zone 3, what station did you take up at APD?
Yes, ma'am. I was transferred to the Red Dog unit, evening watch and day watch,
How long did you work the Red Dog unit?
about 3 to 4 years.
Now, after the Red Dog unit, what was your assignment?
I was promoted from the Red Dog unit to a detective, and my first assignment was the burglary unit,
And what year was that?
2000. About 2000, yes, ma'am.
Prior to joining the Atlanta Police Department, would you tell the jury what your education was?
Yes, ma'am. Graduate of high school on time, associate's degree, and at that time I went into the military, U.S. Army,
How long did you serve in the Army?
roughly about 6 years.
And what was your station? What was your job in the Army? Without getting into too much detail, just generally speaking.
Soldier.
Okay. Are you originally from Atlanta?
No, ma'am.
Did you come to Atlanta after you left the Army?
No, ma'am. I was here.
Okay. After you joined the burglary unit, tell the jury what your responsibilities included.
Investigating burglaries, whether it was commercial or residential burglaries.
Was there a particular area of Atlanta you were responsible for?
Yes, ma'am. My primary zone was the Zone 1, and my secondary was Zone 3.
What area of Zone 1 were you responsible for? I'm sorry about that static.
That's fine. We believe if anyone's familiar with the Bluff area, Donnelly, Hollowell, Hollywood Road, everything over in that generally Perry Boulevard.
Hang on one second. I'm trying to solve this problem.
That's pretty constant.
Sorry about that. And how long did you serve in the burglary unit?
2 years.
After the burglary unit, what did you do?
I was transferred to the robbery unit.
Is that me, Judge, or is that?
I have no idea.
All right, after the, what was your position with the robbery unit?
Detective, and my primary zone was Zone 3. The secondary zone was Zone 1.
Were you patrolling the same or responsible for the same area in the robbery unit as you had been when you were in a Zone 3 evening watch patrol officer?
Yes, ma'am. So I had the whole entire zone. I
Okay.
mean, yes, the whole entire zone,
All
A
right.
sector and B sector.
Did you interact often with the residents of Zone 3?
Yes,
During your time as a patrol officer and as a detective in the robbery unit?
yes, ma'am.
Was your interaction only when you were arresting people or investigating suspects?
No, ma'am.
What other types of interactions did you have?
At that time, I was also working a part-time as an Atlanta Public School resource officer. And the school I was assigned was the Crawford Long Middle School, which is right off of Cleveland Avenue.
Would you tell the jury what years those were that you worked as a Crawford Long Middle School resource officer?
I would say it'd be from 2001 to 2012, 2013.
And what were your responsibilities as a resource officer with Crawford Long?
Primarily maintaining the safety and security of the school, walking around, patrolling the grounds, make sure the teachers' cars or anyone visiting school wasn't cars were getting broken in, things of that nature.
Did you have interaction with the students outside of investigating car break-ins and the like?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you describe for the jury what types of interactions that you'd have with the students at Crawford Long Middle School? Your Honor, as it pertains to particular people that are involved in this case, his knowledge of them and the jury's awareness
Why
of
don't
his
you focus
foundation.
His attention to that.
Did you interact with the court's indulgence? I'd just like to ask a broader question and narrow it down. I won't prolong that. Did you interact with the students and converse with them on a personal level?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interact with the students' parents at times?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interact with a student by the name of Quindarius Zachary?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe your When you first met Quindarius Zachary, how old was he?
I say he had to be about 11 years old.
And in what capacity did you interact with him? Was it,
Usually times when he was misbehaving, and I would just take him to the side and talk to him rather than seeing him being suspended or suffering school punishment. I try and talk the kids to the side, get them out of trouble, and once again, put them back into the classroom.
what year was that you got to meet Quindarius Zachary?
Can I recall right offhand, probably around 2010, maybe?
Did you establish any level of trust with the students? Would they come to you and talk with you about things that they were encountering
Yes, ma'am.
as students?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say you talked to them, did you talk with them only about scholastic things? Or did you talk with them about things like getting involved with groups that they shouldn't get involved with?
Yes, ma'am. All of the above.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Back then in 2010, did you see any signs of what you believe to be the formation of gang activity within Crawford Long?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what was it that you saw that led you to believe that?
The kids was constantly discussing the gang that was starting to sprout. They was calling themselves the Red Cartel.
No, I heard you, and it looks like Mr. Short's also about to say something.
Same objection.
thing. Overruled.
You may continue.
Yes, they would say something about a gang sprouting up called the Red Cartel.
You may continue.
Okay. They call themselves the Red Cartel, and they was becoming very prominent over in the Cleveland, Springdale, Cleveland Avenue area, Old Hateville area, Macon Drive area.
Apart from hearing the name Red Cartel, did you see any indicators or signs of the ways that people calling themselves Red Cartel identify themselves?
They mostly wear the color red.
Did you ever see them, without specifically showing any gang signs, did you ever see them display any signals that were seemingly unique to members of the group itself?
No,
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I don't believe that there's a proper foundation for this witness.
Your Honor,
Is this the first time this witness has testified?
yes.
Okay, you need to lay a foundation.
Okay.
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. When you started out as a school resource officer at Crawford Long Middle School, would you describe for the jury what type of training that you had had with the Atlanta Police Department?
Had basic academy training along with interviews, interrogation training, also burglary and robbery. And later during that tenure, I was transferred to the homicide unit, which I received numerous homicide classes and training.
What training or experience did you have that caused you to form or to believe that you recognized gang activity when you saw it at Crawford Long Middle School?
Basically just growing up. I was prominent in Chicago.
You're from Chicago?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What part of Chicago?
South Side.
Now, what did you see growing up that caused you to believe that what you were looking at Crawford Long were signs of gang activity?
It was the same standard. Kids would wear like red bandanas or clothing of red, some article on them with red. Usually with the red bandana, we called it flagging. Show people who you represented. At that time, once I received that information, I notified the gang unit.
Your
and
Honor,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object to relevance, lack of foundation, and this line of questioning, I don't believe is going to lay a foundation. So that's why I'm saying relevance as well.
Okay, overruled.
Thank you. You may continue. Please speak to the jury.
Okay. At that time, I notified the Atlanta Police gang unit, and they confirmed that that it was.
Sustained.
Without speaking specifically
Okay.
about confirmation in particular instances, more broadly speaking, when you did see things that you believe were gang activity, did you notify the gang unit?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Why did you do that?
Just to alert them and to get more information for myself.
In talking with the kids at Crawford Long Middle School, did they confide in you about their involvement in, for instance, groups like Red Cartel? I'm not asking what they said.
Sustained.
Okay. Without speaking specifically about what they said, what types of things beyond what you've already testified about did you gather from the students that allowed you to help them navigate?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
How often did you talk with students' parents?
Usually when they come to pick up the kids or student got in trouble.
And when you saw things that concerned you that you alerted the gang unit about, did you ever talk to the students' parents about those same things?
Overruled.
You may tell the jury.
The parents that were receptive of listening, there were some that wanted to hear, and there were some that didn't want to hear.
Did you ever speak with groups of students, or was it just individual ones about trying to stay out of or trying to avoid particular pitfalls? Your Honor, I am
Overruled.
you can continue.
Yes, I would talk to them in a group or talk to them individually.
And were the subjects of the conversation always how to stay out of trouble?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you share with the students the information that you had from growing up or other sources about gang activity?
Sustained.
In what ways, beyond talking to the students, did you attempt to keep students from being involved in gangs?
Sustained.
Did the information that you were able to gather from the students in any way inform your investigations and ability to get information about criminal investigations later on as a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
How?
I developed rapport with several of the kids. A trust was formed, and they would, if they see me out on the scene, anywhere near that, they'll come to me next day in school and say, "Hey, officer."
Generally speaking,
Yes,
they would come to you and would they offer you information?
yes, ma'am.
Other than Quindarius Zachary, were you familiar with any other persons that, through your investigation in this case, that you came in contact with?
Yes, ma'am.
Who were you familiar with during your time as a school resource officer?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object under 404A.
What's your response?
Your Honor, I'm not certain what exactly the,
Maybe tailor your question.
okay. What other persons did you know during your time as a school resource officer that you also interacted with or taught or gained knowledge about during this case?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Do you understand the objection? Can you tailor your?
Did you know any other Trontavia Stevens? Did you know Trontavia Stevens?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What age did you learn about or did you meet Trontavia Stevens?
At age 11.
Was he a student as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he a student at Crawford Long Middle School?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Shannon Stillwell as a young person?
No, I did not know Shannon Stillwell.
Did you know Diamante Kendricks?
I knew of him. I never had any interaction with him.
Did you know of him as a young child?
Yes, I think as he was getting to high school, yes.
What about Quentin Porter? Did you know of him?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he a young child or was he an older person when you got to know him or knew of him?
I believe I met him when he was in 7th or 8th grade.
Okay. Of the people that you've named so far that you met, did you interact with them in the same way that you did with Quindarius Zachary, or did they not talk with you as much?
They talked with me, but that was about it. They talked, but they never.
Okay. All right. What year was it that you were promoted to a homicide detective?
2004.
And during your time as a homicide detective, have you been recognized or given any special awards for your work as a homicide detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, Your
Tell
Honor,
the ju-
relevance.
Sustained.
Would you tell the jury how many homicides you've investigated during your time as a homicide detective?
Close to over, maybe as lead and assistant, probably close to 300, maybe more than that.
Now, were all of these within the city of Atlanta, or did you ever have an occasion to interact with or investigate crimes that were outside the city of Atlanta but connected with crimes that you were investigating in the city of Atlanta?
Yes, part of Atlanta is also in DeKalb County, so I worked some cases that was Atlanta, DeKalb County, and also Atlanta, Fulton County.
Would you describe for the jury some of the training that you received as a homicide detective that allowed you to perform your duties that was different than the training you received as a patrol officer or a burglary detective?
Yes, interviews and interrogations, reading crime scenes, logging things, crime scene processing.
And as a homicide detective, were you involved in investigations that related to purported gang activity?
I repeat that again, ma'am.
As a homicide detective, did your investigations ever involve gang activity, the
Yes.
homicide investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you share information with other law enforcement officers as it related to gang-related homicides?
Yes, ma'am.
And how, if ever you were trained to recognize gang activity while you were performing your investigations, what kind of training have you received?
It was the processing of the scene, doing thorough background checks on the victim or witnesses, finding out different incidents may have happened at the location prior to the homicide incident.
Did your rapport with community members aid you in furthering your investigations as it related to potential
Objection, Your Honor,
gang
leading.
homicides?
Objection, what?
Leading.
Sustained.
What about your interactions with the community, if anything, helped you learn more when you were investigating gang-related homicides?
Yes, I would go talk to people that lived in the area of the incident. And at that time, I take them to the side and have a low-key conversation with them, and they'll advise me of, well, this is what they've been hearing, or this is what they know.
Did you always identify the people who gave you information as witnesses? Or were there times when people gave you information and didn't want to be identified?
Correct. There's several times people want to give information, but didn't want to get involved any further than that.
And did you respect their wishes not to be involved, or did you list them and sort of out them as having given you information?
No, I respect their wishes.
Okay. Would you tell the jury, as a homicide detective, how it is that you come to be assigned to any particular homicide?
What we have in Atlanta Police Homicide Unit is called a unit rotation. So it doesn't matter if you work one of the other shifts, day watch, which is 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., or evening watch, which is 2 to 12 midnight. It's kind of like a pitcher rotation in baseball. If you catch a case today, you're not due to catch a case until you come back up. So say there's 30 detectives. If you're number one, you go down to number 30. Number two becomes number one. Number three comes number two, and it goes like that. So it doesn't matter if you're off or it's past your shift time. If the call comes up, you have to come in and respond to it.
And during the time that you're not up, is that the time that you're able to investigate whatever homicides that you do catch on your rotation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you arrive on a scene of a homicide, are there any particular steps that you take to jumpstart your investigation?
Upon arriving, I try and brief with the first responding officers and first responding detective on the scene, see what information he or she has gathered prior to my arrival.
Is it your practice? Has it been your practice to attempt to identify witnesses on scene if there are any?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your practice to identify or attempt to identify surveillance footage if there is any?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you go about determining whether or not there is surveillance footage at a particular location?
We walk around and you try and see if there's cameras fixated on the structures, or you go inside and see if there's door ring cameras on some of the residents, or you go inside the business and see if they have a camera that may be facing out their front windows.
As the lead detective, do you delegate responsibilities in the investigation of the homicides that you're responsible for, or do you handle every aspect of that investigation?
We delegate.
What types of activities do you delegate to other persons?
Depending on how many homicide detectives on the scene, I have them do what is called a neighborhood canvas. They automatically go around, start knocking and talking to people, and also looking for surveillance cameras, things of that nature.
And do you work with the VIC unit to determine whether or not there are? Do you ever work with the VIC unit?
Yes.
And how long have you worked with the VIC unit?
Since their first inception and coming into work with the APD, we usually call down and ask them, do they have any VIC cameras in the immediate area? And they're able to tell us they have cameras at this location, either facing north, east, south, or west. At that time, we give them the time frame of the incident, and they're able to go back and take a look and see exactly if they have any footage of anything that may be relevant to our homicide investigation.
Has the number of VIC cameras remained constant over the time that you've worked as a homicide detective?
No, ma'am.
Would you explain how they've not remained constant? Have they increased, decreased?
They're increased because of the success of the video integration camera systems.
Because of the what now?
Video integration camera system that is increased because of their reliability.
Okay. Would you explain to the jury whether license plate readers and VIC cameras are the same or different?
They're different. The license plate reader picks up on a tag of a vehicle, stores it in, as they would tell you exactly which direction that vehicle has been traveling, what other LPR readers it has hit on. So you can go back and backtrack to see exactly where that vehicle may have started or came from.
Is there any particular information you'd need to be able to track a vehicle with license plate readers?
Sometimes we're able to give a make and model and description of the vehicle. And once again, the LPR teams are able to go in and say, okay, we found this vehicle that looks like the vehicle you're talking about. We see that the license plate reader is showing that it was in the immediate area at the time of the incident.
Okay. Now, have license plate readers always been in effect within the city of Atlanta during your time?
No, ma'am.
And do you know or remember when you all first would have had access to license plate readers?
I want to say probably around maybe 2018, 2019.
Has the number of license plate readers since that time that you're familiar with remained constant, increased, decreased, or something in the middle?
Increased.
And how, do you know how it's determined where a license plate reader will be placed?
No, I tend to think that it's based on the high activity of traffic or whatever in that particular area, and also the crimes that may occur in that area.
And does the Atlanta Police Department decide where license plate readers will be placed?
I believe it's decided by City Hall and the police department talking together.
All right. And what about video integration unit cameras, VIC cameras? Who decides where those will be placed?
Same thing. I think it's a joint collaboration between City Hall and the Atlanta Police Department.
All right. Do you obtain knowledge about whether license plate readers caught any particular information in the same way or different than you get information about VIC cameras? Or to ask a better question, how do you learn whether or not there are license plate readers that may have captured something you need in your investigation?
Once again, we'll call and see.
Sustained.
Your Honor, how do you know where the license plate readers are that might have captured something of interest in your investigation?
We call the unit and they'll tell us if they have a license plate reader in the immediate area, and they'll tell us exactly where it's positioned and what direction it's facing.
All right. Would you describe for the jury where the Summer Hill community is located?
It's located off of Robert David Abernathy and McDaniel Glen area.
Okay.
Down where the old Fulton County Turner Field used to be.
How much time have you spent working in that area?
I would say majority of the whole entire my career, 30 years.
Are you familiar with the Castleberry Hills area of Atlanta?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how often have you worked in that area?
Per my patrol as a Red Dog officer and responding as a burglary detective, robbery detective, and homicide detective.
330 McDaniel Street. What area is that in?
That is the Zone 1, Zone 5 area. This is like a border.
Okay. And when you say border, is it a border between different communities?
No, it's a border between the zones.
Okay. What communities make up that area?
It's both residential, apartment buildings, businesses.
And is 330 McDaniel Street in Fulton County?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Did you have an occasion to respond to that location on January 10th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
What time, if you recall, did you respond?
I believe I received the call around 9:30 p.m. from Detective Darren Smith of the Atlanta Police Homicide Unit. He advised me that there were 3 subjects shot at that location.
Are you called only when there is a confirmed death? Or are you called before you know whether or not someone has died?
It depends on the status of the paramedics when they transport. If they say the person is low critical, we respond because there's a good chance that they might not survive once they get down to Grady.
When you responded on January 10th, 2015, did you have any confirmed deaths?
Not until I arrived on the scene.
What information or what were you responding to?
I responded to 3 subjects that were shot. One is low critical, one is in critical condition, one is in critical but stable condition.
And would you tell the jury what the names of those 3 subjects were?
Yes, ma'am. The first subject that was in critical condition was Donovan Thomas.
Mhm.
And I want to make sure I pronounce their names right. You might look at my note.
No, and
Okay.
if you, I'll hand you a copy of your report.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Second subject that was in critical condition was Reginald Hendricks, and the third that was in critical but stable was Cardarius Sanders.
Now, did you have an opportunity when you arrived on scene to speak with either of those 3 people?
No, ma'am, they was already transported to Grady.
All right. When you arrived on scene, had the scene already been cordoned off or roped off?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you arrived on scene, was there any other homicide detective already there assisting or directing?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Smith was on scene.
Now, was Detective Smith up in the rotation or
No,
was it
ma'am.
yours?
No, ma'am.
So when a detective is not up in rotation, how is it that one homicide detective would be working a scene before you, if it's your homicide?
Yes, ma'am. That depending on how many subjects, how many detectives are working that day.
Mhm.
There's a lead detective that will go out to the scene, gather the information, start processing, and they'll notify the next up homicide detective that there's a call and there's 3 subjects. Like on this day, 3 subjects that were shot.
How familiar with you were with the area of 330 McDaniel Street before you got that call on January 10th, 2015?
Very familiar.
Had you ever interacted with persons in that area on a casual basis as opposed to during an investigation?
Yes, ma'am. Doing an investigation.
And when you say during an investigation, is it only during investigations that you interacted with persons in that area?
Yes, ma'am. Just about. Yes, ma'am.
Were there or was there an apartment complex in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the name of the apartment complex?
No, not off the top of my head, no. I believe that one across the street, down the street was Castleberry Apartments.
Okay. Were you familiar with or had you had any occasion to visit or be familiar with Castleberry Hills Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got on scene, did you make any efforts to locate surveillance footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury what efforts you took to locate surveillance footage.
Immediately that caught my attention was there was cameras fixed on the barbershop at 330 McDaniel Street. Also, I noticed that there were surveillance cameras down at the gas station at the intersection of McDaniel Street and Northside Drive.
Was it daytime, nighttime, something in the middle when you arrived on scene? I did not ask that question. No.
We know, yeah, we know the time, so.
Let me ask a better question. Was there daylight, moonlight? Was there natural light for you to see on scene when you arrived there?
No, the street was lit up with city lights.
And how were you able to see the cameras that you were able to identify?
They were just fixed on the building, so you can look up and see the cameras.
At the time that you saw them, did you know whether or not they were working?
No, I did not.
Did you take steps to find out?
Yes, I talked to the owners.
All right. And when that happens, are you able to get the camera footage on scene immediately, or do you do something to get that footage?
Yes, ma'am. I contact the cyber crimes unit, who goes out and retrieve all type of video surveillance for us.
Detective Teague, are you familiar with Detective Teague?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does Detective Teague do for you during your investigation?
Detective T went to those different locations and downloaded the video surveillance from those locations. I gave him the dates and the times.
Okay. Did you, at the time, know whether there were, or did you learn if there were any surveillance cameras at the apartments across the street from 330 McDaniel Street?
As I walked over there the next day, I saw that there was no cameras facing McDaniel Street.
And what other efforts, if any, did you take to get surveillance footage or any kind of captured footage of what happened at 330 McDaniel Street?
It was just those 2 locations that had cameras.
Okay. When you said that you went to the Texaco, where were you focusing? Where was it that you understood the shooting to have occurred?
The shooting happened right in front of the barbershop. The vehicle was traveling down McDaniel Street to Northside Drive and made a right onto Northside Drive. And that would place it right in the path of the Texaco cameras.
How did you learn what the vehicle did without saying anything that anyone specific told you? How did you learn?
People that was on the scene.
Okay. And at the time, on scene, the night of January 10, 2015, did you get any specific details about the make and model of the car? Any definitive details?
No, ma'am, except that it was probably a silver or a light gray colored vehicle.
Okay. When the Atlanta Police Department investigates a homicide, do they have ways of soliciting information from the public that might assist in the investigation?
Yes, we have what is called the Crime Stoppers Hotline. Information given that leads to a portion of the investigation or successful arrest of the investigation. There's a $2,000 reward for any information given.
And where do you display that? Do you put it on TV? Do you put it in newspapers or something else?
It is displayed on TV, and also we post flyers around the neighborhood.
Did you do this with the McDaniel Street murder that you investigated?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it that you put on TV?
Basically, there was a subject that came inside with an assault rifle. When I identified who that person was, because they were not on scene when I got there.
Now, when you say a subject that came inside with an assault rifle, inside where?
The barbershop, I'm sorry, the barbershop.
And why did you put that particular footage on?
Because I want to see what this person was a person of interest that may be related to the shooting itself, that he may have been one of the shooters.
Did you later learn whether that person had any relationship to either of the victims?
Yes.
And what did you learn that person's relationship was to either of the victims?
I learned through the parent that was their son and the brother of the decedent.
Other than the footage of the person going into the barbershop, did you have any other footage displayed on television to try and help in your investigation?
I believe we just closed captioned the screen of the vehicle coming by. We didn't show the actual shooting itself, just the vehicle.
And when you say closed caption the screen, did you do a still shot or did you play a portion of a video surveillance?
Yes, what we did, we condensed it down so that the shot would just show that's the vehicle coming down the street. And we had a couple of still shots in there of the vehicle, but we never showed the victims getting shot themselves.
And did you show footage from the barbershop or the Texaco?
The barbershop.
Did you ever display any footage from the Texaco on TV?
No, ma'am.
How do you decide which footage you're going to put out there and which footage you're going to hold back?
Based on the relevance, because the Texaco did not show the actual shooting itself. The barbershop did.
To your knowledge, did you all get Crime Stoppers calls or people calling in after you put up the video from in front of the barbershop?
Yes, ma'am.
When you arrived on scene, were there people who were willing to talk with you and have their names listed as witnesses?
There are people willing to talk, but they didn't want to list their names.
And how did they make that known to you?
Simply by giving me the information. And I said, you want to come down and talk to me? And they're like, no, that's all from as far as I'm getting involved. This is who was involved.
Are you able to force people to get involved more when you're conducting crime scene investigations?
No, ma'am.
Are you not able to take people down to the police station if they tell you that they have some information?
We can ask for their consent. If they say no and we force them down, that's called kidnapping.
Okay. All right. Did you have any persons that you were able to talk to, but you were able to also list out their names?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember who those people were?
One person in particular was a person by the name of Spencer Wright.
Now, let me ask you this. Was at the time you went to 330 McDaniel Street on January 10th, 2015, did you see a Spencer Wright on scene?
No, ma'am.
Did you talk with a Spencer Wright on scene?
No, ma'am.
How long after January 10th, 2015, did you talk with Spencer Wright? Without saying anything Spencer Wright said?
Probably around the month of October 2015, maybe.
And was there anyone with you when you learned of Spencer Wright?
Yes.
Who?
Detective Gaither of the Games Unit.
When you first began your investigation into Donovan Thomas Jr.'s murder, was it a joint investigation with the gang unit, or did you do something to have them become involved?
It was a joint investigation. They were providing me with information and intel dealing, stemming from their investigations on gang-related activities. And what they deemed may be relevant for my investigation, they passed it on to me.
Did you delegate any duties to members of the gang unit to aid you in your investigation?
Some just.
Or better yet, did they offer up assistance?
Yes, ma'am.
Who within the gang unit offered up assistance in your investigation into the Donovan Thomas murder?
Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis.
Did you gain information that allowed you to interview people in relation to the homicide without saying any information that you gained, just yes or no? Did you get information?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you conduct interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, the night of the homicide, did you direct anyone to reach out to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you direct to reach out to you?
Kenneth Copeland.
How did you reach out, or how did you direct Kenneth Copeland to reach out to you?
Upon returning to the homicide office so I can start my investigation, I got alerted by the Zone 3 Morning Watch Mobile Patrol of a shooting that just happened on Van Ira.
Mhm.
And from what the officers gathered was that this was,
Sustained.
okay,
We won't talk with
Okay.
you about the officers on Van Ira
okay,
and what they said.
okay, ma'am.
But were you able to determine whose residence or what was on Van Ira at that location that the officer told you about?
Yes, it was Kenneth Copeland's baby mother's house.
All right. And how did that cause you, why was that of interest? And to ask a better question, what did you do after you spoke with the officer about the shooting on Van Ira?
At that time, I went out to the scene myself.
Okay. Did you speak with anybody on scene at Van Ira?
Yes.
Who did you speak with without saying what they said?
I believe her last name was, now I look at the notes.
Nope, I don't mind at all.
I don't want to mess up her last name. Quartermain.
Was-
Deshawn.
Deshaun Quarterman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you speak with anyone else?
I spoke with Kenneth Copeland over her phone, over her cell phone.
All right. What did you see at Van Ira that caused you to be interested in talking to Kenneth Copeland? What did you see?
There were assault style rounds, spent shell casings in the middle of the street.
Now, were you able to see what type of shell casings, if any, were on scene at 330 McDaniel Street?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type, if you recall, did you observe on scene at 330 McDaniel Street?
At 330 McDaniel Street, there were 7.62 assault rifle rounds. There were 45 caliber rounds and 9mm caliber rounds.
How familiar are you with firearms?
Very familiar.
And what training have you received in firearms over your career, not only as a law enforcement officer, but in the military?
Extensive.
Tell the jury what kind of training.
Basically, the uses of the weapon, the safety of the weapon and what particular weapon is able to fire, what kind of round.
All right. Have you had occasion to fire those type of weapons that you saw shell casings for on scene at 3:30?
Yes, ma'am.
What you saw on Van Ira, were they similar type rounds? Not necessarily caliber, were they similar or different?
They were assault rifle rounds, so they similar but not similar.
Okay. And when you say similar but not similar, could you explain a little bit more?
The 7.62 rounds that was recovered from 330 McDaniel Street are typically fired from AK-47 assault rifle.
Mhm.
Any rifle built off that schematic. The rounds that we recovered from Van Ira was rounds that is associated with the AR-15
Okay.
assault rifle.
Do you recall how many rounds you observed at Van Ira?
I want to say possibly 10 to 12, or 10 to 15, something like that.
Did you observe any damage to any structures or property at Van Ira?
Yes, there were some defects to the residents.
Were there any people shot at Van Ira?
No, ma'am.
Were there people at home at the time that the residence was shot up or something different?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you stay on scene at 330 McDaniel Street from when you first arrived?
I believe I arrived probably about 4, maybe 5 hours.
Okay. So approximately what time did you leave?
I left probably around 1:30 a.m.
And what time would you say that you went to check out Van Ira?
Probably about, the call came in, I want to say probably around 1:40, 1:45 a.m.
And where were you when that call came in? Had you made it back to police headquarters or were
Yes,
you
ma'am.
still on scene?
I made it back to police headquarters.
And how long did it take you to get to Van Ira after you got that call?
Probably about 10 minutes.
Did Deshaun Quarterman offer to have you speak with Mr. Copeland, or did you ask her to call Mr. Copeland?
I asked her to call Mr. Copeland.
Did she tell you her relationship to him before you asked her to call him?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to get his phone number from her or any information like that?
No, ma'am.
How long did you speak with Mr. Copeland?
Roughly about maybe 3 minutes, just to let him know that he needs to come down to the office and talk to me.
Did he come down to the office and talk to you?
Yes, he did.
Do you have any idea how long after you asked him to come down and talk to you that he actually arrived at the police station?
I want to say probably between 20 to 30 minutes.
When he came to the police station, do you recall, did you meet him in an interview room at the police station?
No, actually, I met him.
Oh,
No.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
I met him in the rear of the police headquarters.
Okay.
I was standing by. I'm sorry, I was standing by with his brother, waiting for him to get there.
Who is his brother?
I forgot his brother's name. I don't recall his brother's name.
Are you familiar with anyone by the name of Rontrez Brock?
Yes,
Do you remember whether that was the brother or? was it-
yes. Rontrez Brock was the brother.
Now, how is it that you came to be standing there with Rontrez Brock?
Because he got word that people was coming after his brother.
When you met with Mr. Copeland and his brother behind the police department, was that something usual that you do? Like, why do you meet behind the police department as opposed to?
It was easier parking for them.
Okay.
Instead of having to park and walk all the way up, I just said, meet me here. I can get your brother in, get him upstairs and talk to him.
And did you get Mr. Copeland in and upstairs to talk to him?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you first saw Mr. Copeland, do you remember what his demeanor was like? Whether he was sad, happy, excitable, based on what you could observe and see, or something wholly different?
It was something totally different. He was even killed, and he just kept asking, he don't know why people putting him in this.
Okay. Did you tell him that he had to come upstairs and talk with you?
No, I didn't tell him he had to come upstairs.
Did you have the ability at that time to force him, or would that have been another situation like kidnapping?
Yes, ma'am. There'd been another situation like kidnapping.
Okay. Did his brother come upstairs and talk with you?
His brother came up and stood by outside.
All right. Did anybody else join Mr. Copeland in that police station?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. Do you remember about how long you talked to Mr. Copeland in the police station?
I think maybe a couple of hours, an hour or two.
Did you talk to him inside an interview room, outside an interview room, or both?
Inside the interview room.
Did you start any conversations before you got to the interview room?
No, just basically that his name had come up in the investigation.
Now, when you have people that you want to talk to, are these interview rooms always equipped with recording devices, video and sound?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they running constantly, or do you turn them on before you take someone inside?
You turn them on and you log it in to our database up under your particular case number.
Okay. And when you began talking with Mr. Copeland, did you read him any Miranda rights or just start?
No, ma'am, because he was not under arrest, so it was a non-custodial interview. So there's no need for me to Mirandize him. We just started conducting the formal interview with him.
When you began conducting the interview with Mr. Copeland, did you have any particular target in mind that you wanted to have him implicate?
No, ma'am, no particular target.
And as you interviewed him, did you attempt to get him to tell you somebody did any particular thing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you telling him the people that you wanted him to talk about, or were you asking him for information or something in the middle?
Yeah, I was asking for information, and pretty much the question was always in the middle.
Okay. When you began talking with Mr. Copeland, did you have knowledge about any people that you wanted him to give you information on?
No, ma'am.
All right. And during the course of your conversation with Kenneth Copeland, did you get information that led you to other people you were interested in talking to?
On that initial night, no.
Yeah. And was there any particular concern that you understood Mr. Copeland to have that night?
Other than he spoke about an altercation.
And when he spoke about an altercation, did you say anything to suggest to him that you knew about the altercation?
Somewhat, yes, ma'am.
Now, did Mr. Copeland's, did he ask you questions during the interview?
I think just general questions like, how did my name come up in this? Once again, I don't know why.
Did he try to get you to help him in any way in terms of ensuring his safety?
Yes, ma'am. He wanted me to speak with the family of Donovan Thomas, let them know that he had nothing to do with it and stop coming after him.
Okay. Now, did he know, or did you tell him that it was these people coming after him, or was he just speculating to your knowledge?
He was just speculating.
Okay. Did you give him any assurances about what you would do to try and ensure his safety?
Yes, ma'am. I told him I would speak with the family and let them know that at this point in time, he is not a person of interest or suspect.
And when you gave him that assurance, when you told him that, did you have any information that anybody in Donovan Thomas's family was involved in shooting at Kenneth Copeland or his family?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No information.
At the time that you told Kenneth Copeland that, had you spoken with any member of Donovan Thomas's family?
Not at that time.
Did you at any point go to the hospital where Donovan Thomas was taken?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
The next day. Well, the morning of the next day.
11?
Yes, ma'am, the 11th, the morning of the 11th.
How long after you spoke with Kenneth Copeland did you go to the hospital?
I want to say about close to midday. About close to afternoon, because I went and spoke to the other two surviving victims.
Okay. Without saying what they said, were they able to communicate with you at the time that you talked with them?
Yes, ma'am.
And let's start with Mr. Sanders. Without saying what he said, was he willing to talk to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he offer up any information about who it was that committed the shooting?
No, ma'am.
And what about Mr. Reginald Hendricks?
Yes, ma'am, he's willing to talk.
Do you remember how long you talked to each one of them?
Because they were down at Grady, I made sure I didn't do an extensive, interview with them, so I had to say probably about 20 minutes apiece, no more than 20 minutes.
Were either of them under arrest at the time you spoke with them?
No, ma'am.
Did you do anything like read Miranda rights or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Were there people in the room with Cordarius Sanders when you talked with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was in the room?
His mother.
Did his mother communicate with you without saying what she said? Did his mother give you any information that helped you in your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Was his mother the only person in the room with him?
That I recall, yes, ma'am, that I spoke with.
Do you remember how old Cordarius Sanders was at the time?
I want to say maybe he was 14, something like that, 14, 15. He was a juvenile.
All right. And what about Mr. Hendricks? Was there anyone in the room with him when you spoke with him?
I don't recall anyone else in the room with him.
Okay. Do you remember about how old he was when you talked to him? Was he older than Mr.
Yes.
Sanders?
Yes, way older.
And was he able to give you any information about who committed the shooting?
No, ma'am.
Was he able to describe whether there was any acts of aggression that he saw that could have prompted the shooting?
No, ma'am.
By the time you talked to Mr. Sanders and Mr. Hendricks, had you had a chance to look at the surveillance video from either the barbershop or the Texaco?
No, ma'am, not at that time.
Do you remember when the first time it was that you had a chance to look at the barbershop video?
I probably want to say probably later on that evening.
And what about the Texaco footage?
The next day.
Now, as you're looking at the barbershop footage, did you personally recognize anybody that you saw display faces of anybody that you saw out there?
No, ma'am.
What about the Texaco footage? Did you see anybody you personally recognize in the Texaco footage?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay. And I mean when you first saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you, in releasing the information you released to the public, did you ever release a make and model of a car to your knowledge?
No, ma'am.
All right. When you spoke with Mr. Copeland, did you ask him about being involved in any kind of accident?
Yes, ma'am.
Without talking about what anyone else said, do you know why you asked him about being involved in an accident?
Yes, ma'am, because I started a deep dive investigation on his name
Uh-huh.
and put him to the APD, Atlanta Police database. And I was able to suss out several reports
Mhm.
of him connected to being in an accident or traffic stops.
Okay. And were your questions based on whatever vehicle you saw reflected in that report, or
Yes,
something
ma'am.
different?
What was reflected on people's description of people was given of the vehicle.
The incidents that you saw within the database, were they incidents that had occurred in 2015, January 2015, or earlier, 2014? Around what time frame?
I think there was time frames of 2012 to 2014.
Okay. Did you have the same kind of familiarity with Kenneth Copeland as a child that you did with Mr. Zachary?
No, ma'am.
When, if you recall, was the first time you knew about Kenneth Copeland? Like how old was, like around what year?
2015, the year of the incident.
Okay. Other than what you learned as you began investigating the murder of Donovan Thomas, did you have any other knowledge about Kenneth Copeland?
No, ma'am.
Did you ensure or did you offer to do anything else to, or offer any advice to Kenneth Copeland to help him secure the safety of his family? Did you make any suggestions?
I think probably general
Okay.
suggestion of that nature.
All right. Did Kenneth Copeland have any cell phones or anything with him that you saw when you first talked to him on January the 11th?
I didn't see him with a cell phone.
Okay. Now, do you remember Mr. Copeland offering you, and let me ask you this, the interview with Kenneth Copeland, it was recorded, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when was the last time you could remember looking at that interview? Right. Did I show it to you today?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember everything about that interview? Everything?
Not everything in detail.
Okay. Like the kind of clothing Kenneth Copeland was wearing. Do you remember that?
I couldn't remember. I think it was dark clothing.
Okay. All right. Did Kenneth Copeland offer to give you any information that might help you sort of determine that he should not be a target of any retaliatory shootings?
Yes.
All right. Did you follow up on the information that he gave you?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury the ways that you followed up on whatever Kenneth Copeland told you?
Yes. The information I got from Kenneth Copeland, I immediately went to Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither to see if they knew about this information. They knew about it. They gave me details on it. He was able to find that they had already started an investigation themselves into it, I believe.
Before. Your Honor, he's not.
The very last comment.
Well,
Say.
Your Honor, I would say that it is offered as a explanation for his investigation and why it is that he took certain steps. So, and also that the jury has heard from these witnesses as well.
Go ahead with your next question.
Okay. Before you got the information from Mr. Copeland that you went to investigators Dennis and Gaither about, did you personally know about any of that?
Not personally, no.
Had you had any involvement with any persons that you knew called themselves YSL in any capacity?
No, ma'am.
Had you had any, did you have any knowledge about what YSL was before you talked to Kenneth Copeland?
Say that question again, ma'am.
Did you know about YSL at all before January 10th, 2015?
Overruled.
Yes.
All right. Now, was the knowledge that you had of YSL, was it gained from your investigation, your time with it as a detective, or something else?
My time as a detective and my time of working in the school system.
All right. Now, when you say your time working in the school system, about what year would you say you first heard about YSL?
I'm gonna say probably about maybe 2012, 2013.
Okay.
That's
about the first year that you heard of it?
yes.
Okay.
And
Did you conduct any investigations yourself into any group called YSL during that time?
No, ma'am.
Did you speak with, without saying what they said, did you speak with any students about a group called YSL?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many students you talked to?
All right, a total of 8 students.
How many?
8 students.
And were you on school property, or was this outside school, at the house, or some other place?
School property.
Okay. Were there any particular incidents that led to your speaking to these students about YSL?
Just I heard the name constantly coming up.
And was it you asking particular students, or particular students just coming up to you
Just actually certain students I was very aware of and had a trust relationship with.
that you had a trust relationship with?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was Quindarius Zachary one of the people you talked to about YSL or not?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember the names of the students that you talked to about YSL?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember the relative ages of the students?
Yes, ma'am.
About how old?
14.
And did you, during the time as a resource officer, did you personally observe any things that were being used to identify people as YSL?
No.
Okay. Other than the name YSL, when you were a school resource officer, did you have any other information or knowledge about YSL?
About the name YSL, had no other information other than their previous names.
What do you mean the previous names?
The name went from the Red Cartel to the Rock Crew, which stood for Raised on Cleveland. Then it went over to YSL.
All right. Is this information that you learned, how did you learn this information that you just talked about?
Talking to the kids and working in the neighborhood.
All right. Did you ever speak with grownups, the family, the parents of the kids about YSL or these other groups, Red Cartel or Rock Crew, without saying what they said?
Yes, I did.
All right.
Overruled.
Did you ever arrest anybody during that time just for being affiliated with Red Cartel, Rock Crew, or YSL?
No, ma'am.
Did you conduct any investigations involved either of those groups, even after you learned about their existence from the students, but before January 10th, 2015?
As in the YSL name itself or the previous names?
Either.
Yes.
All right. How many investigations?
Probably total myself, probably a total of maybe 4 or 5.
What type of what type of incidents? Forms his basis for his knowledge of other questions that he will be asked.
Overruled.
What type of incidents were you investigating that you spoke to the jury about just now?
About aggravated assaults and homicides.
How many homicides?
Probably about 2.
Do you remember in particular the persons that were involved in the 2 homicides, victim and suspects? Your Honor, we've, based on the evidence we believe that has already come out and information that this witness can provide, we believe that the witness has information which will allow the determination of certain material matters in this case. He can, I don't want to.
Overruled.
Okay, go ahead.
Do I remember the victims' names?
Who were the victims in the 2 homicides?
The one in particular I investigated, her name was Julian Jones.
And who was the suspect?
He was not a suspect.
Hang on. What'd you say?
I don't know what, but what, what it's relevant. I mean, we're talking about
And is this like a bench conference where you want to record it, or what kind of one?
Bench conferences are always taken down. Bench
No, not
conferences are
recorded.
never recorded, so this is a bench conference. Well, honestly, it's not, because it's just an evidentiary issue, right? Yes, so, yeah, that's fine. Okay. All right, so that was a 401, 402, and 403 objection to who the suspect was.
Right, that's, I believe, I'll let Mr.
Are you going to respond beyond just, I believe it's relevant? No. Are you going to tell me why?
Yes.
Which mic to talk? Your Honor, the homicide, I believe, one of the homicides that the witness will talk about is a matter that an earlier witness talked about as it related to Rock Crew. I believe that the one that he is going to talk about is going to deal with Quentin Porter and Javaris Crittenton. I believe that this information corroborates information given by other witnesses and allows the jury to determine the credibility of information that they have heard from other witnesses. It's not bolstering because it's his personal knowledge, but to have information about a subject from two unrelated people who are not connected with one another, but are saying things that are consistent with one another, we believe allows the jury to determine things that are pertinent to this indictment, the existence of the enterprise, some of the information in the indictment about the start of the enterprise, its beginnings, the kind of crimes that have been committed, and some of the people that they've heard other witnesses talk about. So in as much as I think it was a 401 objection, it's relevant. We're talking about YSL and the beginnings of YSL and the groups from which YSL evolved. The relevant standard is a very low standard, in as much as it's a 402 objection. Any relevant evidence is presumptively admissible, in as much as it's a 403 objection. I'm not sure what, I haven't heard any offer as to how it's substantially more prejudicial. I know I hear a lot about,
Is it that
I don't know.
prong of it, Mr. Steele, or something else?
Every prong of it, Your Honor.
Every prong.
Well, him saying every prong, Your Honor, any information that tends to prove an allegation in the indictment is going to be prejudicial to a defendant. And Mr. Steele or no one on behalf of the defendant Williams is offering up how it unfairly prejudices Mr. Williams for the state to be able to prove the elements in the indictment, the existence of the gang, the beginnings of the gang as we allege, and the kinds of crimes and activities that the enterprise participates in, and the conspiracy itself. He has, I don't know how it's unfairly prejudicial in such a way.
So the question that you asked was, who was the suspect of the murder? I mean, are you going to establish that just for somebody to be a suspect doesn't establish anything other than they were a suspect. Are you going to establish something beyond that?
The person's involvement, I'm not going to go whole hog into convictions and statements and things like that. I wanted to have the jury know people who were alleged to be involved and people he talked to. And as I said, I believe that even when the jury doesn't know from one witness exactly what a particular person did as it related to an incident, that information is then supplemented by other witnesses' testimony. It corroborates things that they have heard and will continue to hear.
What was that noise?
What no?
Okay, whose phone? Whose phone made that noise? Somebody knows whose phone made the noise. Whose phone made the noise? Okay, whether it's outside a bag or not, phones aren't supposed to be making noise. So if you can't turn the phone off before you come into court, then you're not going to be able to have the phone in court. Understand? Whose ever phone it was? Because that's disruptive, and they all need to be on silent if you are permitted to have one at all, because you have a Rule 22. It needs to not make any noise. If it happens again, you won't be permitted to have the phone in here. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
And this is a case that Trontavia Stevens, I believe that we've heard a little bit about. There were objections, I believe, prior to Your Honor coming on about getting deeper into it, but Trontavia Stevens was a material witness in that case. In fact, had to be arrested on a material witness warrant because of his unwillingness to cooperate in that case. And
Okay, I mean, I get, maybe I'm just not following. If the point of it is that Stevens was a material witness and knew something about it, how does?
no, that I'm
that's
tying
not
it
what
into
it is.
members, alleged members of YSL and the activities that they participate in and the steps to which they go. The way that they operate as an enterprise, the existence of the
All
enterprise.
right, tell me how whatever you think this witness is going to say is going to do that.
It gives the jury the information that this witness is aware of a particular murder that involved Rock Crew, and then later YSL,
Those
Porter
being
and
Porter and Crittenden
Porter and Trontavia Stevens.
and Stevens,
Yes.
and he's going to be able to testify that they were involved in this murder?
No, they didn't do the murder. They
Okay,
were,
so what is it then?
Your Honor, their involvement and their association with one another, we have to prove association between members of YSL. We have to prove the type of enterprise it is. We have to, and the type of activities and the lengths to which they go to protect and preserve it. So,
And what is it that this witness is going to say about either of those two people that's going to show that?
Your Honor, the existence of those people and their associations, number one, and it's not always going to be a linear, this person saying this directly proves a fact. It's evidence that is relevant in that it gives the jury information
don't tell me what it's going to do. Tell me what the evidence is. I mean, I don't know your
Oh.
case as well as you do. So I don't know what it
Okay, I'm
is
sorry.
that you think this witness is going to say that's going to show any of that.
That Trontavia Stevens was what I know happened. So he was believed to have been set up by Big Boo. It was put out that he was set up by Big Boo. There was a break from Big Boo as a result of this particular murder. And that offshoot eventually produced YSL. Now, I don't expect that he's going to say all of that, but it's the connections between Porter and Stevens that I believe are.
Okay. And how is this witness going to testify to connections between Porter and Stevens?
Based on what his investigation and his involvement in the investigation of the murder. He interviewed.
Just going to show that these two people knew each other?
No,
You're
so
not telling me anything. So,
to the
I mean, I'm trying to follow you, but
to the extent that their relationship is one that has been described and will further be discussed. Your Honor, just one second.
okay. Maybe we'll all take a bathroom break, and then when you come back, you'll be able to articulate what it is. So let's all.
I can. I'll be able
Yes,
to better
Mr. Shaw.
consolidate it.
Okay.
I'll be back.
For
Thank
the
you.
record, I'd like to add my objection, which is going to be hearsay and confrontation clause on top of Mr. Steele's objections.
Okay, well, I, at this point, have no idea what this detective might testify to. So I don't know, maybe we'll everybody who needs to go to the restroom, and then we'll reconvene and try to hash this out.
core witnesses that all can verify what the other one is saying, even if it's not the exact same story. It is confirmation that this is how it happened to me, or this is how this happened, or if Cassie was present during one of the other witnesses and something happened to that other witness, they would be like, yeah, Cassie was there, and then Cassie obviously testifies, I was there.
Well, Bradford, just one follow-up question to that. The allegations from the 90s, so there have been people who have accused Sean Combs in lawsuits of sexual assault back in the 90s. Now, some of them are able to bring their lawsuits because of a particular law in New York that allowed people a look-back window 1 year to file sexual assault claims. I don't know if the 90s claims are a part of this. If they would be, if something was time barred under state law, could it still be used as evidence or in a federal case?
Yeah, so it's an interesting question. The feds always have a way of bootstrapping in stuff that you feel is outside the scope or outside the statute of limitations by saying it's an ongoing criminal enterprise. And this was something that was continually going through the years, 2002, 2003. And in your head, you're like, wow, these are 20-year-old allegations. These are 25-year-old allegations. But when you're talking about an allegation that is part of an ongoing criminal enterprise, that's how they kind of bring it in. It's the same thing with co-defendants, right? If you have a co-defendant and, you know, you guys are robbing banks and you don't technically get out. You say like, hey, I'm out, I'm done with this. And that co-defendant continues to rob banks. They can try and say, hey, we're still looping you into all these other bank robberies because you were part of the original conspiracy. And I've seen that happen before. So it's time will tell what they will bring in, but they always bring in different allegations to show motive or to show, you know, something else that they're saying, oh, it's not technically charged, but look, he used baby oil in this case, he used baby.
Yeah, we were up to like 2 a.m. my time. Okay, what I also saw is Diddy referenced a detective being a squirrel brain. That is this detective here.
I swear. Statement spelled the first and last name, Lolly, to the mic, of course. Yes, sir. Amen. I'm going to ask if you would, while we're seated, if you would silence your mechanical apparatuses in order that we might worship and
I briefed to the court sort of address this, but it's relevant information and evidence of the existence and the nature of the enterprise that they claim is a rap group. So every time that we present evidence of something that proves the existence of the enterprise and the nature of the enterprise, there has been and will be the objection that it's 403, it's too prejudicial. But the point is that the information that I'm soliciting from the witnesses are intended to prove up elements of count 1 in this indictment.
Your Honor, may I
He's,
respond?
he's talking about a lack of any kind of notice.
But so he wants to know the questions, because I don't believe that a notice of my asking about questions regarding incidents that we've talked about. I don't believe that
We have
the
never
court, that the
spoken about
defense
this.
is entitled to the list of questions that the state is going to ask.
No, I agree with that. But
We've
that's-
never spoken about this. There's no mention in the discovery. To my knowledge, certainly no police reports about the murder of, I guess, Julian Jones. I only know that because Detective Thorpe said that name. No mention of the Javaris Crittenton case. There's no mention of that in the discovery, to my recollection. So I don't know where the state's saying that they've given notice through discovery. But even if they had given notice through discovery, there's also Georgia rules of evidence that dictate when notice needs to be given when bringing up extrinsic, non-charged matters in a trial, and that has not been done. And I just don't want, at this point, I think that we've cut this off, this particular incident, but I just don't want it to repeat in the future.
Your Honor, and that's another thing. These matters that are alleged by the defense as being extrinsic, uncharged matters, they're not. When we're asking about them, and just to cap off something Mr. Sharp said, we've had a witness already talk about the Crittenton murder earlier on, and Trontavious Stevens' involvement in it, just to put a point on that. But the assertion that these are extrinsic, uncharged matters are efforts, we believe, to curtail the state's right to prove its case through valid questions that are not improper, they are not impermissible, they're not 404B. These are questions and evidence through testimony, we believe, that proves an element of one or more elements of count 1, the existence of the enterprise, the nature of the enterprise, and the means by which particular people participate in the enterprise.
Well, I'm not sure that evidence, I mean, it's not going to come in through this witness in this way anyway, but I'm not sure how evidence that Porter told Crittenden Stevens' whereabouts
No, so
in any way establishes any of your elements that you need to prove for RICO.
So, Your Honor, since we're not talking about this particular one, the point that I was making is that
this detective's investigation involved two members of Rock Crew and information he was able to obtain through other persons associated broadly. I'm not arguing or trying to get that in. I'm saying that there will be times when we are asking about matters that I have heard alleged are extrinsic, but they are not. And I guess it's on, if there's an objection, that's one thing, but the defense is in no way entitled to know every time we're going to ask about something that tends to prove what it is that we are alleging in the indictment. And so to the extent that that's what is being asserted, we vehemently disagree with that. We are not and will not go further into that particular inquiry with Detective Thorpe about that particular murder, but instances that involve actions and YSL members that witnesses have personal knowledge of are relevant to show the existence and nature of the enterprise and other material
I
elements.
guess we'll just have to see as the evidence plays out. All right, let's get the witness and the jury back in. Thanks for y'all's patience. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Detective Thorpe was the investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas the most exposure or most extensive investigation you've done that throughout your investigation of Donovan Thomas, did you have an occasion to investigate more about the group YSL?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the most extensive investigation that you have done that has involved or in which the name or group YSL has come up?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What is when you went out to Van Ira on January the 11th of 2015, was Deshaun Quarterman the only one you talked to?
My recall, yes.
Did you speak with an Emmett Yarborough as well?
Yes.
All right.
Excuse me.
without talking about anything that Emmett Yarborough said, were there concerns addressed regarding the Donovan Thomas murder?
I've called, I believe so.
When you collect shell casings did you direct, I'm sorry, when you are on scene as lead detective, do you or other homicide detectives working sort of in tandem with you, do you all direct the collection of those shell casings?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you do with them once you collect them?
Yes, ma'am. They're photographed and they're placard, so we know exactly what shell casing belonged to what group. And at the time, our crime scene investigations unit, they collect the shell casings, and we at that time, we turn them in directly to the GBI firearms.
Now, do you all also have with the Atlanta Police Department, do you all also have a firearms section or a department that conducts NIBIN comparison?
Yes, ma'am, we do now.
Is Jennings Kilgore the person that does that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work during the investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas with ATF as well as the GBI?
Yes, ma'am.
Was some of the evidence that was collected in later associated incidents submitted to the ATF versus the GBI?
I believe so, they were. Yes, ma'am.
Did you collect the firearm, or did you interact with the person that you saw going into the barber shop with the assault rifle?
Yes.
Did you collect that firearm?
Yes, I did.
At various points in your investigation, did you gain information that caused you to interact with a Quintez Griffin?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that person have a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that nickname?
Head, Head.
Now, how was Head ever brought in as a suspect?
Yes, he was.
And was he interviewed?
Yes, he was.
Did you collect any information, any evidence from that arrest of Quintez Griffin?
Yes.
All right. And was that evidence submitted to the GBI or the ATF? Either one?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Throughout the month of January and into February, were you personally aware of other incidents that you then looked into as connected with the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Not myself in particular, but I was getting information from the gangs unit.
All right. And when you were given information from the gangs unit, what, if anything, did you do to aid in your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
At that time, we did a collaboration. Anything that they needed done, like search warrants or anything pertaining to that nature, or oral production for inmate to do an interview with, I would conduct that for them.
And when you would do things like an order of production to produce an inmate, is there a record that you're taking someone out of custody to APD, for instance?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you keep records of each inmate that you did that with?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you talked about Spencer Wright, how did you learn about Spencer Wright?
Okay.
Let me phrase that better. Did Spencer Wright reach out to you, or did you reach out to Spencer Wright?
Neither.
Did he reach out to a member of the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, he did.
And when he reached out to a member of the Atlanta Police Department, did that member of Atlanta Police Department reach out to you?
Yes,
Overruled.
Yes, they did.
At the time that you spoke with Spencer Wright, was that the name that you thought was his name?
No, Spencer Wright was his real name.
Right.
Yes.
Was that the name that you were first advised
No,
wanted to
ma'am.
talk to you?
No,
Do
ma'am.
you remember the name?
I think it was Robinson, I believe it.
Nicholas Robinson? or
Nicholas
something?
Robinson he used.
How did you learn, or from whom did you learn that his name was Spencer Wright?
Detective Gaither of the gangs unit.
All right. Between January of 2015 and October of 2015, when you interacted with Spencer Wright, were there any other steps that you took that you can describe for the jury to help you solve the murder of Donovan Thomas without going into anything anybody said, just the steps that you took?
Yes, I will work and correlate information along with the gang unit, possibly develop suspects based on their investigation.
Okay. Do you know how many incidents between January of 2015 and October of 2015 you looked into to aid in your investigation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
It was over 40.
Were all of these incidents the same type? What type of incidents were they?
Retaliation shootings.
Did you interview the people who were affected by the shootings? Did you have an occasion to interact with or interview any of the people who were affected?
No.
Did members of the Atlanta Police Department,
Yes, ma'am.
responding officers,
Yes, ma'am. In the gang unit.
and was it always Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither, or did, for instance, Investigator Connor, Investigator Price, and other people help you?
Sustained.
Was it always Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither?
Yes, ma'am.
Sustained.
Who in the gang unit gave you information during the course of your investigation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
It was Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, and Detective Underwood at times gave me information also.
Detective Underwood, did she work in any other capacity with any other agency?
I believe she worked hand in hand with the ATF.
Was she a task force officer?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Did Detective Underwood ever participate in any of your interviews with persons that you found were of interest in your investigation?
Not that I can recall.
Did Detective Dennis and Gaither?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they the only persons who helped or participated in these interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many interviews you conducted in trying to find out or solve the Donovan Thomas murder?
Objection to solve.
Objection to what?
To
Solve. Oh, okay. Sustained.
I asked,
To
did he,
help.
to,
Just
okay.
rephrase it.
Do you know how many interviews that you conducted to aid in your investigation into the Donovan Thomas murder?
Probably a little bit more over 12, a dozen or more.
Were these between January and October 2015, or did you do any after that date?
After that date.
All right. Now, at some point, do you try to locate or determine what vehicle that is that you saw, that grayish vehicle that you saw in the surveillance?
Yes, ma'am.
What steps do you take to identify that vehicle?
It was one based on a description given by one of the victims. I started sending around to other officers or detectives in the Atlanta Police Department who are very familiar with vehicles.
And without talking about what anyone says, unless I specifically ask you, beyond seeking information from other people, did you take any other steps to identify that vehicle?
No, ma'am. That's about it.
Did you At what point did you learn of a specific, did you ever learn of a specific make and model vehicle that you were interested in that investigation of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the specific make and model of the vehicle you were interested in?
I believe it was an Infinity Q35.
And do you know if the Infinity Q35 preceded any other model?
No, not to my knowledge.
Now, when you became interested in the Infinity Q35, did you do anything to determine who had or whose vehicle it may have been?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to tell the jury whether you got that information from a source, one particular source, or multiple sources?
Multiple sources.
How many times did you talk to Kenneth Copeland?
Maybe a total, maybe 4, I believe.
Did Kenneth Copeland provide you information that you were able to in any way use to get more information about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he provide you information that you were able to confirm or deny was accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take steps to confirm or deny the accuracy of the information you were given by Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you ever given phone numbers by Kenneth Copeland?
I can't recall.
Were you ever given information regarding vehicle rentals by Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Before 2016, did you go or make any efforts to try and locate information about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what vehicle information did you get that you tried to follow up on before 2016?
That it was possibly a rental,
And a rental from where?
the airport.
And did you ever go out to the airport before 2016 to try and get information about it?
I believe I did.
Were you successful?
No, ma'am.
Now, after a certain point, do you keep your file with you and that's the end of it, or do you turn it over to the district attorney's office at some point?
Turn it over to the district attorney's office upon their request.
When you turn the file over to the district attorney's office, does the investigation or do you stop working on the crime itself?
No, ma'am.
Do you work with any particular people to further investigate the crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any one particular person at the district attorney's office back in 2016 that you worked with to try and further investigate the murder?
Yes, ma'am. Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle.
All right. Do you know what his job was at the district attorney's office during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he work primarily homicides?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you participate in any interviews with Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle back in 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on, were you able to get information from Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle that you didn't have before 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make any effort to follow up on that information?
I just, because I worked with him, he was doing the follow-ups and let me know.
Okay.
So I became his assistant.
All right. During 2015 and 2016, were you familiar with social media?
Yes, ma'am, somewhat.
When you say somewhat, did you ever utilize social media inquiries to help you in your investigations?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever gain assistance from others with social media to help you assist in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the Donovan Thomas murder, do you recall who it was, if anyone, that gave you social media assistance?
I believe it was Detective Gaither and Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle.
And how is it that Detective Gaither assisted you with social media?
She would tell me about different media posts,
Okay.
what is being spread around on Instagram, media posts, social media, period, about this incident.
Would she capture any of those posts and provide them to you?
Yes, ma'am, and she'll tell me that she's looking into this to verify.
Okay. What about Senior ADA Sprinkle? Did he look into social media information to help you in your investigation?
Yes, he did.
Did he provide you with social media accounts and posts that aided you in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Going back to Mr. Wright, did you interview him once without Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interview him again with Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about Quindarius Zachary? Did you ever conduct any interviews of Quindarius Zachary, not getting into anything he said?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many you conducted?
Maybe about 2 or 3.
Okay. Did you take any steps to compare information you got in one interview with information you may have gotten in another interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you in any way use those comparisons to sort of either dispel information as untrue or corroborate information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you learn from anyone in particular who may have rented the vehicle that you were looking into, the Infinity?
Yes, ma'am.
Calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, the evidence has come in, and if we may approach so that I don't speak more improperly.
City Council, to the Lamar family, to the friends, the loved ones, the supporters, and the fans who all feel this significant pain of loss. I'm Atlanta City Council Member Michael Julian Bond. I'm joined here on my left by Council Member Byron Amos, both native Atlantans like many of you, both who have grown up in this city, loving the music, loving the people, loving the contributions of those who, through their creative arts, have given back so much. And that's exactly what Quan did with his, what appears to be a brief life, but is actually a life full of substance. You know, the Honorable Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., on one of his last speeches in Memphis, talked about longevity. And he spoke about how he would have liked, like anyone, to have lived a long life. But it was more important to have an impactful life, to have a life that touched so many, that was a guiding post for those who would come behind. And Rich Homie Quan did exactly that. Through the music, through his legacy, through all that he touched. And we
how it is that these records assist you in your investigation in trying to determine who murdered somebody.
Yes, we use the cell phone records to plot their course of travel. Also see if they was in the area where the incident took place based on the cell tower. Also, we try to see based on their call logs, who did they call before, during, and after the incident.
Do you remember all of the phone records that you gained or gathered through this investigation from 2015 through 2016, either alone or with other members of the Atlanta Police Department or the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury, without getting into the details about the phone records themselves, some of the persons whose phone numbers you sought and were able to obtain?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, who are some of the people whose phone numbers you got during this investigation?
I believe it was Kenneth Copeland, Demikian Garlington. Can't recall the other person's real name. Knew him as Montonk, I believe it was.
Antonio Sledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh. Who else? Who else's phone numbers do you recall getting throughout this investigation?
I believe that's the ones that I targeted on.
were other numbers provided to you by members of the DA's office or members of the gang?
Yes, ma'am.
When you met with the people that you interviewed, did you show them the surveillance footage and attempt to get information about this footage from the people you interviewed?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I did not personally, because I didn't want it to affect how they described the incident to me.
Okay. Now, how is it that you reach a point where you turn the case over to the DA's office? For you generally, at what point are you saying, okay, here, DA's office, take the case?
Usually have a conversation with the DA's office, a meeting. At that time, that ADA or senior ADA made a determination to transfer the file to me, get full investigation completed, and we'll take a look at it and move forward from there. And we need your assistance, we give you a call.
Okay.
Follow up for investigations.
Is your completion of the file followed up by a determination or an indictment or a dismissal or something like that?
Yes, ma'am.
And who makes that decision ultimately, whether to present it or to dismiss it, as it relates to people that you've turned over to the DA's office?
The ADA's office.
And does the district attorney's office always agree with the determinations that you've made in your investigation?
No, ma'am.
And do they ever ask you after you've turned over a file to? The question was going to be, has he ever been asked to get more information after they get a file from him? I don't know how that's hearsay. It's a request, so it's not hearsay. And does he act on that?
Why don't you just ask the second question?
Okay.
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you ever act on do you ever act on requests from the DA's office for additional information even after you've turned the file over to them?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you act on that, do you turn over to the DA's office whatever information you get that they've asked for?
Yes, ma'am.
In the Donovan Thomas murder, do you know whether the shell casings from those scenes you described were compared to see if there were any NIBIN matches?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that done at your request, the gang units, or someone else's?
My request.
Did the information that you gained from every person that you interviewed always turn out as true?
Yes, ma'am.
Every person that you talked to told you the truth?
Objection has been answered.
I'm gonna overruled. I'm gonna let her clarify.
Did the information you get from the people, everybody you interviewed, did it always pan out? Did you always find that it was true, or did you sometimes disprove or discredit the information?
Yes, ma'am. Sometimes we proved and disproved what they were saying.
Okay. And if you were able to discredit or disprove information, did that help you in your investigation as well?
Yes, ma'am.
In what way?
We know if we hit in a wall, or we found a good door to go through to further investigation, find more information.
Okay. Do you all ever, do you particularly in your homicide investigations ever attempt to listen to jail recordings to get more information about your homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the DA's office get you information about jail recordings that aided in your homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that senior ADA Mike Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also work with David White?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that ADA Sprinkle's investigator?
Yes, he was.
Was Mr. White able to get you even further information that helped in your investigation?
If I recall correctly, yes, ma'am, he did.
Do you know where, did you ever determine where the vehicle that you were interested in from Hertz ended up?
No, ma'am, I was able to determine what happened to it.
Do you know if
Excuse me.
ADA Sprinkle and Investigator White investigated that further?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection on a calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Without saying what information, did you get any more information about where that vehicle ended up from either Investigator White or ADA Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got phone numbers to look into, were some of those numbers given to you during the interviews of the persons who, for instance, if you're interviewing me, I offer you my number. Does that happen sometimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that happen sometimes in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was Spencer Wright located when you first went to talk to him?
He was involved in an incident and he was transported to the homicide office. I can't recall what street he was on.
Had he been arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he trying to offer up information to sort of get some kind of help with his case?
Not to my recollection, no, ma'am.
When you get information, do you ever get information from people who've been arrested that want sort of quid pro quo?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you discard that information, or do you try to follow up on it, or something different?
I try to follow up on it.
Why do you follow up on information when they're offering it in exchange for help?
Because that's part of the investigation process. You got to figure out if they're telling the truth. Information they deeming is correct and can help you with further your investigation.
Were you able to get information about persons you did not previously find of interest after you began working with ADA Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you get to the point where you turn over a case to the district attorney's office, do you have to make arrests? I mean, have you at that point made arrests or taken out warrants?
Overall, or this particular case?
In general, do you turn over the case before or after you've taken out warrants?
It depends on the investigation. Sometimes before, sometimes after. A whole lot of times more after the arrest is made.
And what is it that decides whether you're going to turn it over before you decide who to arrest versus after?
Depending on the investigation, like I said, we have a discussion, a meeting with the senior ADA, and let them know exactly what's going on with the investigation. This is what I've determined as a possible probable cause. 9 times out of 10, sometimes they see it your way, sometimes they don't.
And if you've made an arrest, do you have to go into court and testify after not before trial, but before a judge to make any determination about whether or not.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Were some of the people that ultimately you believe, Your Honor, I need to approach because there's a question that I don't, this is
All
going
right.
to.
All right, so we're gonna take our lunch break now. Yeah, let's be back at 1. Can we be back at 1:30? Can y'all be back at 1:30? Is that gonna give you all enough time? Let's do that, since we got a late start this morning. All right, detective, you can step out and we'll see you back at 1:30.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
The question that I was going to ask was regarding some of the people that he arrested that ultimately did not end up on the indictment. And I'm going to follow whatever direction the court gives, but I think that Mr. Sledge was a person that he arrested that probable cause was not found for, and the state did not include as one of the persons, Mr. Sledge, and I think Mr. Copeland. I think that that's going to come out. And that we not only did we not proceed on that, but probable cause was not found for Mr. Sledge. So I don't, that was what I was
Not an appropriate question.
Okay.
Anything else before we break for lunch? Nothing.
And Your Honor, just to get clarity, the court does, the appropriateness comes with the probable cause and the preliminary hearing, not with whether or not he took out warrants for them, right?
Right.
Okay.
Your Honor, to be exact, the state began to ask the question. They said, are there any defendants or whatever the noun was that you believed that's inappropriate?
Well, that's irrelevant.
And if they want to be precise, they need to say that you took warrants out for, not you believed.
Judge, what this witness did and why he did it is relevant. I don't think that one side can tell the other the appropriate way to ask the question. I don't think it's an inappropriate question, whether you had a difference of opinion regarding who.
And you were allowed to ask that.
Yes, the
But-
court, yeah.
Well, his personal belief is not relevant.
Okay, then, did you take out warrants for people we didn't indict? I mean, and I was going to ask specifically about Mr. Copeland and Mr. Sledge.
Okay, but you can't ask the other issues.
Okay.
All right. See everybody at 1:30.
Okay, let's go back to the original.
Hallelujah. Quan's children are coming now with the family prayer, after which there will be a video presentation. Then we will have remarks. First, commencing with remarks for Quan will be Michael Render, Killer Mike, Brittany Jackson, Charles Bolton and Quinard Davis, Jonathan Leonard, Gervin Fly Henry, Stevens Stack 5 Jackson, Rodney Hill, Montag G, and DC Young Fly. But there was another name that was printed on the program as well prior to all those names I've called. And that person's name is 2 minutes, please.
Can everybody repeat after me, please? Today is a good day. The best day of our life. Yesterday is gone. Tomorrow is not promised. But today is the best day of our lives. And as we journey throughout the day, in Jesus' name, we all pray. Thank you, Lord, for waking us up this morning. May you please keep us covered in the blood of Jesus, from the top of our heads to the very soles of our feet. These and many more blessings. Amen. 7. My name is Chosen and I am 8. My name is Royal and I am 10.
My name is Devin and I'm 16. Us being on the game, like when he get that one win, like he walk around the house just bragging about it for like a week before he even play me again. Like it's just like then another time, like we sitting outside. He's sitting there trying to bet me money to jump in the pool fully clothed. Like he just get in the water. He only get in the water when he ain't got on no clothes. Like he walk outside, get fully dressed, just to stand out there. You see me? Where you think you get it from? You know you don't get it from your mama. You know where you get it from.
He took me to go get like a football stuff, probably like 3 times. Jump on the trampoline.
Like as many times like we was in the studio with him making songs. Like really when he just about a favorite song, like he really kept trying to get me to get in there make a song. But me, I ain't lying. I didn't think I was ready. But really, he just kept trying to tell me, I need to make a song. Every time we walk in there, he like, pay attention to what I do and just, it's gonna help you get better. And that's how I started getting better.
By telling me I love you. By telling him that he loves me.
Funny clothes. The meaning is really self-explanatory if you hear it. Ain't really too much to say about it.
Crazy lifestyle. Crazy too.
You always said you was top 3 and not 3, and now the time has come to show where the spot is really at.
I love you, Daddy.
Good afternoon. I'm in my travel clothes, so forgive me to family for not being properly dressed. I didn't even understand why I got the call. I'm here first to speak on the behalf of just the Black community here, because we've done a good job in this city. In the big city of Atlanta and the small city of South Fulton. We've done a good job being examples that you can be anything you want to be. You can be a little boy who wants to play baseball. You can train, you can develop a discipline that although it doesn't lead you to the major leagues, it leads you to the major leagues in music, and you can be an example for young people after you. Anything is possible in this city, and Corey and Tammy have showed us that by the product that they produced. I want to thank them as parents for giving their child the stability that would give those beautiful children the confidence to know that they're competent to do anything they want. A lot of people might be like, who is that up there? My name is Michael Render. I'm Denise's son. And like Tammy's son, I sang and danced for a living. Like Corey's son, Michael and Anthony, my fathers, have watched proudly from the audience, and they've suffered some for me too. I just like to say that we're not burying a musician today. You're burying a man. You're burying a man who was a student at Fort Valley, who was a baseball player, who was a son to a mother and a father, who was a father to children, who was a loving companion by what the internet say to a few women. But the women that gave him his children, he treated with honor and respect. I'd never been in that man's presence and seen him disrespect. And I've been, and I'm not going to take longer than 2 minutes. I'm going to say this to Atlanta. I didn't know him intimately. I didn't know him as a homeboy. I wasn't hanging out in the studio. I judged him by the fruit he was, the tree that he fell from, his mother and his father. Everywhere I went in this city, you hear their name in high praise and honor. And everywhere he carried their name, it was in high praise and honor. So to young people in the room, I want to say, carry your parents' name in a way that when it's said, it's going to be honorable and high praise. I've never heard his father or his mother's name spoke lowly because I've never heard his name. I would like to say, see, because a lot of us in the music industry, our lawyers, our accountants and stuff, they be people that have a certain faith. They be Jewish folk. So I asked my account one time, I want to go to one of your high and holy days with you. He took me to Yom Kippur. And for those of y'all who follow the Abrahamic religions, Jewish, Christianity, Islam, one of the greatest things we've taught in those religions is forgiveness and grace. And I stand here in front of two amazing parents and an amazing community that produced him. But also, man, I stand here in a room full of some people, they was his rivals about 9-10 years ago. And they got over that rivalry and they forgave each other and they lived. He was an example of grace. He was an example of mercy and forgiveness, not only in what he gave and what he was willing to exceed. He didn't let his pride and his ego and insecurity get in the way of being a good man. And I want to tell the young men that are in this room, some that were, man, righteously all the way down, some that was rival and got righteously all the way down later. You guys are leaders now. You guys are the lead in the fashion he led. If it's trouble, just get quiet and disappear and pop back up in a year. If you want to disrespect each other, find a room to go to and talk to each other, not in front of other people, so your pride and ego don't have to lead. We have an example in what this young man showed us, because a lot of times the people who lean into alcohol, the people who lean into things that will soothe our pain are the most sensitive people. And I stand before you today as a child of an addict. And I'm here to tell you, my mother was so sensitive to the thoughts and feelings of other people around her that she carried a weight on her. And musicians, a lot of times when we're writing and we understand this out of our experiences, but our writing comes from the experience of those around us. So believe me, that smile that he had carried the weight that you have. The smile that he walked around with sometimes masks a shadowy, hurt thing. And he still gave audiences joy and love and laughter. So I want to say to us, forgive yourself for your own addictions. Because as you can see, I like sugar a lot. Forgive yourself for your own misgivings. Forgive your mothers. Forgive your fathers. Forgive your uncles. Forgive your aunts. Forgive yourself. And move forward how he moved forward. When he reemerged smiling. He reemerged with songs. He reemerged forgiven and being accepted and being forgiven by those he had issue with. He reemerged like a man. So I want to challenge all the black men in here to let's be more like the icon we call Quan. Let's be someone who brings honor to our mother and father. Let's be a good example for our children. And let's make sure that we forgive ourselves so we don't drink ourselves to death. Let's make sure we forgive ourselves so that we chase folly till we gone. Let's make sure that when we have a group of people in this room that much like our contemporaries who call themselves Jewish people, that we come with the spirit of I beg your pardon. We Yom Kippur, I don't even know how to spell it, but I know how to spell I beg your pardon. And I promise that I'm going to find someone I transgress against and someone who might have transgressed against me. And I'm going to this week say, I forgive you. And if you'll forgive me, I accept your forgiveness. Because all I could think about as I sat here and watched this young man never stooped low. He always stood up high. If he stepped on your foot, he said, excuse me. If you felt like he did something wrong, even if it took a few months, they'd pop up and he'd beg your pardon and he'd allow you to be forgiven and he'd forgive. So I just want to hope in the rest of my life, how many days I have left, that I'm a lot more like Corey and Tammy's son. That I'm forgiving. That I bring people joy. That I bring people laughter. So I would just like to offer my deepest condolences on behalf of me and my family. I'd like to say to everyone in this room that Atlanta is a truly special place. That includes South Fulton. I'd like to say, black people in this room, we have an opportunity to do it different. We have an opportunity to bring honor to his name by forgiving one another. We have an opportunity to get out straight. And I would challenge us to do it because I love y'all so much. And he's gone, he's in the presence with the Lord now. So that means he's probably looking at us on a remote control TV from heaven, and he expects us to do better than we've been doing. I want to tell Atlanta, I love you. I like to tell Corey and Tammy, thank you for loaning your son to the world. I want to tell his children, thank you for allowing your father to be an example for us, because so many days I'm sure he was away singing and dancing. I want to tell the woman and the women that loved him, you couldn't help it, baby. He was lovable. And I just like to say to Quan, man, I never got to tell you this, but I told you I wanted to see you and talk to you about something, but it's good for the room to hear. I heard you talk about getting an advance on your album, and the wisest thing you had said to anybody, you said, I told them I don't want all the money up front. Just give me something every month so that I can sustain myself. And I want to say to black people in this room, that was one of the greatest lessons I've heard every entertainer say. Let's be more conservative with what we do with our finance so we can give our children the stable life that Corey and Tammy gave him. Because that is the only way we will produce strong young men and women like the one we're sending to our Lord today. I love you all in Jesus' name. I pray that you all leave strong and healthy. To my Muslims in the building, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you guys for being here as well. And I look forward to seeing y'all soon. Tammy and Corey, thank y'all so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Brittany, Quan, best friend of 14 years. It's not much that I have to say, but I want to thank Tammy and Corey for keeping me my best friend for 14 years. Koya and Dre, I love y'all from the bottom of my heart. Amber, I got you now. I don't have the words to say, but thank y'all. And the coin, you hurt me with this one, but I love you. And thank you, everybody, for coming out today.
Hey everyone, how y'all doing? I had the beat poll up here because I said I wasn't gonna say nothing. But my name Noah. That's my brother. I don't know what to say, y'all. Be honest with you, but I just wanna thank everybody for coming. Y'all really showed out for my brother. He really loved everybody. His music was everything. If you really listen to his songs, he'll really tell you everything you needed to know. I'm gonna get out the way and let Paul do what he gotta do because I didn't supposed to say nothing.
How y'all doing, y'all? I'm Charles Bolton, aka Light Pole. Meat used to call me Lottie Dottie. But I want to big shout out to Mama Tammy, Mr. Corey, and one more person that couldn't be here, that Coach Eddie. I'm saying Coach Eddie left a stain on this community. I'm saying just like Quan did. Like Quan was raised by some beautiful people. And hey, look, let's forgive our people, man. For real, for real. Like life too short to be holding something against it. Like it ain't that deep. It ain't that serious. You know what I'm saying? Like let's move as one, move as whole as a community. You know what I'm saying? Because like they against us, and y'all know who it is. You know what I'm saying? All these distractions and stuff like that. Look, let's remember who we is as a people. Like we the culture. Like this music is the culture, but we are the culture. You know what I'm saying? Me and Quan grew up right across the street. 5 years old at Old National Park playing baseball. You know what I'm saying? If I do something wrong, Coach Eddie on my butt, on my neck like this here. You know what I'm saying? That was the culture. Let's bring that back. You know what I'm saying? Let's stay whole. Let's stay as one. You know what I'm saying? We're a unit. We black. You know what I'm saying? Let's move like that. Rest in peace to my boy. It took him 34 years to become a legend. You know what I'm saying? 34, he a legend. I witnessed it. No, I was there with me. I'm sorry y'all going on my 2 minutes. But look, let's move as one, y'all.
What's going on? My name is Blunt. You know what I'm saying? Call me Extra. I got that name from Tammy. You know what I'm saying? I'm sending out my, yeah, extra, read all about it. Yeah. So I'm saying, I'm sending out my love to the family, Corey, Tammy. You know what I'm saying? I told Corey the other day, like, when I heard, like, how they grew up in the same cul-de-sac, I was like, boy, you a mint, boy, but you were gonna happen regardless by mistake. You was just here, like, for real. I met that boy when he was 14, like, folk know Quan, like, you say 2018 or all them other years, but I heard Quan rapping when we were, like, in 9th grade. We made our first song in the kitchen. I think we was on Gresham and Jerry house in the kitchen. Made our first song. We went up to East Atlanta at the McDonald's, got out the car, let somebody hit the song. He was like, I want to sign y'all. We went back crunk, like we crunk back then. You know what I'm saying? We went back crunk. So I'm saying, that my boy, I love my boy. Can't nothing bring my boy back, but he gonna live forever. You know what I'm saying? Everybody in this room here, cause he touched everybody. You know what I'm saying? I just wanna say I love my boy, that's it.
And I'm sorry, y'all. I want to give one more special shout out to my mom. I love you, mama. Shalom alaikum, ops.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Leonard, and I had the honor and pleasure to serve as Quan's music attorney, his entertainment attorney. I don't know, Mike spoke earlier talking about Jewish attorneys and that sort of thing, but Quan chose a black man to be his attorney. I don't know much about Yom Kippur, but if Corey, you go to church with me, we going to the Baptist church, you know, back in Nashville, Tennessee, where I grew up. So much respect to Quan and Corey for entrusting me with something as important as their business and their music career. When I met Quan he was already hitting on all cylinders. He was a huge, huge star by the time that we met. We were introduced by Cy Gray. Corey, we set up a meeting for Corey to come to the office, and Corey arrived at my office. It took actually probably a year before he actually came through to talk to me from when we first made contact, but he made it to my office, and I was sitting in my conference room awaiting him, and he walked in, and I stood up, shook his hand, and offered a seat to him, but Corey didn't sit down. Corey stood at the end of the conference table, looked at me, and he said, hey, man, look, this don't have to be long. How much you charge? He was letting me know. It caught me off guard for a second, but he was letting me know that he was the protector of his son, and that if I had any intentions outside of doing what was right by him, that I was going to have to deal with him, that he was going to feel some type of way as it related to me. I might have to clear that sample. I sampled it for my speech, but Corey was clear to me that he meant business, and that in no uncertain terms that he was the protector of his son. And so I said to him, my first words to him was, I said, well, let me first understand what your son's needs are from a legal standpoint. And then I can try to determine whether or not I can help. How can I help you? And so Corey at that point sat down, and that conversation went on for 3 hours. It felt like it was a 15-minute conversation. And at that point, we built the foundation that we now stand upon through doing the business for your son and protecting him in this business. And so shortly thereafter, I met Quan. Quan was as respectful and humble a talent as I had ever met. I've been doing this for almost 30 years now. I know I'm dating myself, but I've been doing music deals for 30 years, and I met a lot of different people. Quan was one of the most humble and respectful young brothers that I'd ever met. And so one of the things I noticed about Quan and Corey in their relationship is that it was built in mutual trust for one another. If I was talking to Quan, I knew I was talking to Corey. I knew Corey was in his ear. There was no conversation with Quan that Corey was not in some kind of way interjecting his wisdom upon his son. If I was talking to Corey, I knew he was talking to Quan. They were a duo that worked and had unbelievable trust for one another. And so I respected that about them, and I was very grateful for the opportunity to be able to serve in that role for you all. As you heard from Mike, not a lot of us come to our own to be guided in this business, but they entrusted me. And I am grateful, very grateful for that. Let me say just one thing. Atlanta, as Mike said, is a unique and special place. It allows us as a community the opportunity to form relationships with people that are celebrities, high profile, rub shoulders with them. Sometimes our kid might come home and they're in the room with someone in the classroom with someone who has a #1 song on the charts. You go into a restaurant and you are rubbing shoulders with somebody who has an international platform. It is important and incumbent upon us as a community to look at these people and understand what they go through on a day-to-day. Their challenges and their struggles are different than the normal persons that walk day-to-day. They become everything to everybody. They become commodities to companies, to personal relationships, to representatives, all over. They become everything to everybody, and that's a heavy weight to bear. And we oftentimes don't take that into consideration when we are interacting with them. I would say that we as a community need to turn towards asking the question, how can I help when you come in contact with these young men, young women? How can you be a benefit to them? How can you be an asset, not a liability? How can you be calm and not chaos? You know, how can you make their lives easier because they're struggling and dealing with things that you may never, ever know? And so I would ask us as a community that we come together and we think about these and not look at what is in it for us. And that's, I hope, Corey, I hope that's what you all understood with me, is that I cared about you all, your son, his best interests, those that sought to take advantage of him, that I stood in between that, along with you. You, man, are one of the best protectors I've ever seen to his son. You know, you really are. And so, to the family, thank you for the opportunity. I will continue to be here, man. I'm gone nowhere. You know, I stand here with you, and we will continue on your son's legacy. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. In all my years, never did I think I'd be up here doing this for Quan. When I met Quan, I immediately knew he was special. His energy, his passion, and he always had a way with words. I remember asking him, "What's your goal in music?" And he said, "I just want to be heard." I said, "Well, I'm gonna make sure that the world hears you." Quan was like a little brother to me. He always cherished the little things, the gestures of love, and always told you how much he appreciated it. But one thing Quan did not play about was his art. So with that, he always told you when he disagreed with you. He made it loud and clear. I'll share a story with y'all. Man. We had this record called Flex. And believe it or not, Quan hated the song. He fought with me, and he said, "I got so many more songs that's better than that. I don't want to release it." I knew that the record was a hit, so I had to figure out how to get us on the same page. Nonetheless, he was not changing his mind no matter how much I tried to convince him. I said, "You know what? He's just gonna have to be mad at me about this one." So I put the song out. He tried his best not to support it, but the song got so big, finally he had no choice. He came back to me and said, "Okay, big bro, you were right." And this went on to be one of the biggest records of Quan's career to this day. Him being the grateful person that he was always able to double back and express his gratitude. I truly love that about him. Ironically, on the morning that he passed, I was in the gym listening to his music and reminiscing about the good times that we shared. I don't know why that was, but he was heavy on my mind and my spirit. I had no idea about what had already transpired. When the calls came in, I was in shock the entire day. It didn't hit me until the next day that he was really gone. Although he's not here right now, and as I stand here in front of y'all, I'm just still processing it all. It still doesn't even seem real. Quan was a light. He had the energy that made everyone he came in contact with want to be a part of it. He wasn't just an artist, he inspired a whole generation of people, musicians, and fans alike. His work ethic, his creativity, his commitment, and his determination, these were all qualities that people admired about Quan. No matter what he was committed to, he loved that studio. He made success look effortless, but those of us who were close to Quan know just how much effort he put into everything that he did. He showed us that it wasn't just about the destination, but it was also about the journey. Watching Quan evolve from the kid recording at his mom's house to a global superstar, it was impossible not to be inspired. He was the kind of person that made you want to push harder, dream bigger, and never settle. Quan is truly an icon. For me, Quan taught me to love what you do. He was the first artist that I saw who truly lived for his craft. There was one time we stayed in the studio, and Quan was in the studio for 36 hours straight. He didn't stop recording except to eat or take a few short breaks. His passion for music was infectious, and it reminded me that real love for what you do is what keeps you going, no matter how tough the times get. Quan's legacy is undeniable. His music was and still is the soundtrack to so many people's lives. The Rich Homies era was so epic to the culture. Whether you were a student, running around in the streets, or working a 9 to 5, Quan's voice was what got you through your day. His music, his spirit, and his legacy will live on forever. Let's remember Quan for the light he was and for the inspiration, love, creativity, and joy he brought to this world. He may be gone, but even in his absence, his legacy is still going in. Just want to say thank you to Tammy and Corey and to the family for allowing me the opportunity to work with Quan. It was just one of the best parts of my life. Thank y'all.
morning. My name is Rocco. Quan, someone that I held very near and dear to me. I want to start by saying Quan was that guy, and he knew it, you know? In the room he went in, he lit it up. You know, I remember seeing Quan one day. I was going through something. I had some on my mind, you know. I was frowned up. You know, by the time I left Quan, I'm laughing, joking, you know, that's just Quan, you know, he lit it up, you know? And it's hard for me, you know, because that was my boy. That's my brother, you know what I mean? And but I got a crazy story. I got a call from Quan. He was like, you know, Quan talk fast. He was like, big bro, I need you. I'm doing my anniversary party, tabernacle. I need you. Come on, pop out. So I'm like, but you know, I'm from Atlanta, so I understand. I understood him. I was like, I'm in there, you know, I'm in there with you. But I'm a translator. He was like, big bruh, I'm doing my anniversary party at the tabernacle. I need you to pop out with me. You know what I'm saying? That's what he said. So, so fast forward, we do the show. He bring me out, pass the mic off to me. I'm in there with him, we rocking. I look back through my peripheral, you know, I see Quan over, he's standing on something, he dancing, he rapping all my words, you know, that just gave me that extra energy to turn up some more and go harder, you know. And that's the type of person he was, you know. And we're gonna always hold Quan in that light. Quan is forever goated in this city. We're gonna champion Quan forever. We're gonna keep Quan music streaming. We're gonna keep listening to Quan. DJ's gonna keep spinning Quan. We ain't never let Quan name die, ever. And as you can see, my boy still going in. You see where we at? We in Creflo Dollar Church. My boy still going in. You know what I'm saying? That right too. That right too. Corey, I love you, brother. Tam, I love you. I'm one call away. You ever need me, call me. You already know. I talk to you every day anyway, my brother. I love you. Atlanta, we love y'all. Quan love y'all. Continue to keep my brother name going. We ain't never letting his name die. On God.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. I'm Monte. Rich homie Monte to a lot. I can get up here and talk for a while, but I'm gonna try to make it short and brief. I was gifted the opportunity about 20 years ago by Tammy to be in Quan's life. A lot of y'all hear the baseball stories, right? I was that one person that took that faith and said, you know what, it's something in you. I see it in you. He was real timid. He was real shy, right? But he could play ball. He could play ball. At that time, I didn't know anything about rapping. I didn't know nothing about it from him. But I had some family member that's in the building, that's in the entertainment, right? So I'm gonna transition into his third year when I started knowing that he had a problem. That big problem was women. He wasn't coming to practice. So I would go as I'm taking my journey. Rashad, his JV coach, is over there. He could tell y'all this. He would be sitting on the gate at McNair talking to a girl. And I'd be like, bruh, why you ain't come to practice? Talk real fast. Man, it ain't fun no more, man. Come on, make it ain't fun no more, man. You know, I don't know, it just ain't fun no more. And I said, man, you know what, man? We got a lot of things in store for you, man. I need you to come on to practice. He came back a couple times, but guess what? That liking for women took over again. I started finding out he was smoking weed. Got to me, I didn't know what to do. And I remember going to Quan and saying, hey, man, well, what do you want to do with your life? And he said, hey, man, I've been rapping. I've been in the studio. And I looked at him and I said, oh, because I had so much experience with seeing negative things in the music industry, and I gave Quan this promise. And I said, whatever you want to do in life, I'm with you. I'm riding by your side. Y'all understand me? And through that journey, Quan got arrested. That's when I was introduced to Corey, my right-hand man. I'm losing one of my hands, but I still got one of my hands. So the stories that y'all hear about this rich homie debt, this rich homie dynasty, this business that we put together, this brotherhood, if you knew Quan, like Nar said, if you know Quan and if you want to know Quan, go back right now today when you get home and listen to Quan music. His whole life is poured into every single song. Nothing he rapped about was fiction, nothing. If you want to know him, go back and pay attention to that. And for every single soul in this building, man, I appreciate y'all all for showing my boy the love that he deserves, standing on his legacy, standing on his legacy. Because at 34 years old, he'll be 35 in a couple weeks. Quan is a true icon, a true legend, and a very, very, very loving man. So to my family, not his family, to my family, man, I thank y'all for giving us this beautiful soul. You know what I mean? And to all of y'all out here, the supporters, I don't like to call people fans. I appreciate y'all for letting us and allowing us to say, Rich Homie, baby.
Good evening. I want to start, I need y'all to repeat after me. They don't know what I've been through. They don't know the half. They only know what I tell them. Yeah, okay. And I said, I wanted to make sure I say those bars for a lot of people that want to judge people, because if you've never been a breadwinner of your family, if you never put your family first, if you never did everything and put your career, your life, your finance, and did everything for your family and kids, then you won't know what it takes. You won't know what people go through, the ups and downs that it takes to be great. So for all the people that judge, those bars are for you. Second, I came into the Rich Homie family through his uncle that we lost last year. Meat was my best friend, one of my close friends. And rest in peace, Meat. We miss him dearly. He was a big part of Quan's life. And I came into this family when I played for the Hawks, and I have two families out here, the Platt family, my brother Will, my best man in my wedding, and Lamar family. These are my two families. I come from Texas in 2003 when I played for the Hawks, and they embraced me and accepted me as family. And 2 years ago, I lost my little brother and my little sister a month apart. And I couldn't get back to Atlanta to handle some business. And it was a serious situation. And I had Corey, I had Dre, I had them to call. And I appreciated that, because when you move to different places, you really don't have family out of state. And I was accepted by them. So I want to tell you, Corey, that meant everything to me. And I'm honored to be here to speak at your son's funeral. I'm honored to be here because he meant the world to me. Me and Quan had conversations. Our conversation was about, and Corey will tell you, say, big bro, how all these basketball players go broke after they get through playing? Our conversation was about, he asked me, how are you saving money for your kids? How are you putting money for your kids? What are you doing for your family long term? How are you still relevant? All these things, because he cared about being there for his family and for his family being in a great position if anything happened. He always talked about putting his family in a better position. And I'm honored to be here to thank his family for accepting me. Grandma, I see you there looking so beautiful. I love you. It's good to see you. I want to say this to to Dre, Duke, and his sister. This time right now, when all these cameras are gone, when nobody's here, want to take pictures and be here for the wrong reasons, this is the time that y'all have to be closer than ever, because your mother and your father is going to need you, because it's hard to explain how to lose a child, right? And I know y'all three are going to have tears every day of y'all life, but I want to tell you this. Don't hesitate to cry. Don't hesitate to cry, because when you're crying, the tears are just the way you show love to a person that's not here in the physical. So feel free to cry. And stay as strong as you can in your family, because y'all gonna need each other more than ever. Corey, I love you. You know I will always be here for you. And I appreciate y'all having me as family. Assalamu alaikum.
How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Pastor, I ain't gonna be long. I see it on your face. You like, what I'm here for?
First off, we want to say God is the greatest. All right. And when I talk with passion. So I want y'all to bear with me. Listen closely. Mother, mama, I call you mama. We've been introduced since 2003. Big bro. So, you know, it's real family. Corey, what's going on? Y'all gave us an icon. Y'all gave us a legend. You know, we all on borrowed time. So the things that he accomplished while he was here, we want to let y'all know that we're going to continue on his legacy. And even through the small amount of time, it made a big impact. You understand? And I know he's the head of the household, and a lot of people in here is probably questioning. Now, there's two ways to ask questions. The first way to ask questions is you're asking because you're trying to learn the knowledge so you can apply it to future understandings. And the second way to ask questions is you're questioning because you want to question the reasoning for what's going on. And the second way of questioning can be disobedience. So we always have to go with the first way of how we ask questions, not why is this happening, not why is this happening to me. No, we have to ask God, what is the purpose? What is the lesson? How do I apply this to my future understanding? Because this is the end. He's at peace. One day we too shall do this. He's still leading. He said, I got to go to see what's going on. But as you can see, I'm still leading. You shall follow. So at the end of the day, y'all, Mom, I want to let you know, because we talked yesterday. And when we talked yesterday, I was just observing, and I want you to know that you are being obedient. The way you spoke, your energy, the way you talk, your head. Corey said it yesterday. She said, I'm going off how my mama going. But how you move, Emma, is how we supposed to move during these times. Because all the morals and the doctrines, this is the only time that we really apply it. When we hurt Job, everybody go read the book of Job. Just read the book of Job. He took everything from Job. He kept snatching everything from Job. And Job, like every Christian that, everybody like, I put so much good into the world. Why so much bad coming to me? He like, you know what? I ain't really been bad to nobody. I just want to talk to him. I want to ask him why. Why he doing this to me? God looked at him and said, who you talking to? Why not you? This is the time for you to praise my name. This is the time for you to tell the other people through the midst of pain, I'm the one that's giving you the strength, fool. So when people think you crazy, Mom, you ain't crazy. You being obedient. And I'm here to tell the family, big bro, so it's time to be obedient. It's time to take charge. Because I know the twilight zone is real, but guess what? It's real. This is the real. And I understand the pain. This is a familiar pain. And I'm here to tell you as a soldier, I'm scrapped up with you. I'm ready to fight with you. You understand? So continue to be a leader to the family. Listen, it ain't over with, y'all. It ain't over with. He did what he was supposed to do. We all on borrowed time. Nobody in here know how they gonna leave. But when you leave and we meet our maker, we want to make sure, hey, wasn't I obedient? Didn't I do the best I could? So we're going to keep his name alive, and I want to tell the family, I love y'all, and I'm here with you forever. Keep God first, everybody. Quan, I love you, big bro. You a legend.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a hand to the Reverend D.C. Fly. come to a moment now where it says memories. Someone has accurately put that memories is the photo album of the body containing the pictures of the good, the bad, and even sometimes the challenging. But it says that the file boxes of memory are forever growing and flourishing every day. It is housed in those file boxes memories that can bless us in days to come. The Bible tells us that when we think on certain things, we ought to rejoice. And one of the irrevocable facts is that we can rejoice because we're in this room. Your presence is indicative of the fact not that Quan died, but we're here because he lived. And because he lived with us, the word is, which is a third person singular indicative of the irregular verb be, means that he still is. He's in all of us. As he has intersected and touched our lives, he's in us forever. Jacorius Lamar and Brandy Griffin, Andre Monfort, Sequoia, Monfort, and then this father will come, Corey Lamar. Then we'll have a video, and then we will have Reverend Ashton Jackson will come. Let us proceed in that order.
Good afternoon. I am Brandy Simone Griffin, and by extension, Lamar. If you know Quan, you know his motto was fam first, right next to that's right too. My dad, Corey Lamar, came into my life when I was 3 years old, which means at 3 years old, I gained a brother. Well, two, but I wouldn't meet Duke until later. Quan and I always had a unique bond. I never would have imagined that my brother would blow up to be a global icon and legend. This is the same person who would ask me to call my mom and our dad while they were on a date night to see if he could use the car to go get me McDonald's. I never asked for McDonald's, and I don't think he was coming back with food, but they already told you about his women. This is the person who told me and Duke we were just playing boot camp in the basement, just so he could turn the treadmill up to 15 and watch us fly off. I still have the scars on my back to prove it. This is the same jokester who hid behind my parents' door for God knows how long just to jump out and terrify the crap out of me so that I could go running, screaming, and crying into my dad's arms. I never would have guessed that same brother and jokester would have such a major impact on hip hop culture, Black culture, Atlanta, and the world. But he did. I remember when Quan first blew up, I was 16. My dad had just bought me a silver convertible Beetle. I would ride up the hill to Mays High School with the top dropped to type away. Rain, sleet, hot, cold, snow, it did not matter. While I always thought he was talented and it was cool to have a brother who was a celebrity, he was never Rich Homie Quan to me, just my brother. I take comfort in the fact that the last conversation we had 2 days before he passed, we were starting to plan our dad's 55th birthday celebration in Miami. The last words he said to me were, "I love you, sis." We never think about the mortality of our siblings, our parents, grandparents, and other elders, maybe. But a brother at 34, never. My lesson in this is make sure you hold your loved ones tight and tell them you love them often, so that when God calls them home, you're at peace knowing the relationship y'all had, the love y'all shared, and that they're resting easy with God in heaven. Until we meet again, I love you, Quan.
Greetings. How everybody doing today? A little quiet in here, ain't it? I'm not here to talk about no memories. I'm just speaking. Progress. The verb definition of progress is to move forward or onward in a space of time. Your life was the definition of progress, big brother. The good work that was put in day by day didn't go unnoticed. I can promise you that. When becoming a man, we must become uncomfortable with being we must become comfortable with being uncomfortable. I apologize. You was a testimony of that. Your life was built brick by brick with many troubles along the way, but count your blessings and not your troubles was the cornerstone of it all. We all appreciate your life. It gave us light that can never be duplicated. As crazy as it sounds, life isn't fair, but that's what makes it fair for us all. Now, family, as Frederick Douglass once stated, without struggle, there's no progress. And right now, we're going through a very tough struggle. We must embrace the situation in one another. Iron sharpens iron, so we may bend, but break it is not an option. If you didn't have a reason before, you got one now. And know a journey of 1,000,000 miles begins with one single step. Rest easy, big brother.
Hey y'all. I don't really have too much to say, but the world knows I love my brothers. My brothers, the world knows. Um, I just want to say thank you. I always bragged about him from his very first song to his last one. I was his biggest fan. Whoever he went against, I went against with him. Wherever Dre wasn't, I was. From the west side to the east side, they know me. From being Corn Crazy Sister. So to everybody, I just want everybody to, if this was the message, thank you, and to my family, we gonna get better. And to them kids, I'm TT. I'm gonna forever be TT. To my brother Dre, I love you. Everybody on this front line, I love you. Second line and third line. To everybody that traveled with him, thank you for protecting him and bringing him back home for one. Bringing back home one. Back to my mom. Ma, I got you. Ma, I got you. Thank you.
You know, I never really prepared anything to say to my brother in the casket, so I'm just gonna go. Um, I lost my dad in 21, so to lose my brother in 24 is just, like it's the hole is deeper. So to keep going forward for the kids and myself, I ain't gonna say it's gonna be easy, but I don't know how to fail. I wasn't raised on failure. I wasn't raised on quitting. My mama showed me how to love. My daddy taught me strict behavior and taught me how to get up when I fall. And Corey taught me the same things, and he also taught us how to hustle. So if we don't know how to do nothing else, we know how to keep going. You feel me? So it's hard, and we never had these discussions. Like me and Corn would talk about everything. We never planned on talking about planning our funerals for each other. So like this is still unbelievable. I feel like flies. I can't. I don't want to accept it, but I have to. I don't know. My brother, he hurt me with this. He hurt me, man. But to see him grow and to know like we started this from a karaoke machine. Like my brother made his own beats. He recorded himself. He learned how to do all that with no school. Like I would be outside playing sports and he'd be in the house on the computer. Like, it's just what he was. He perfected his craft, and I stood there and I watched him grow every day, every night. I traveled with him everywhere. He took us from around 285 to flights to Dubai. In 2014, I traveled the world with a passport. Like, since I was a child, my mama always made me walk to the bathroom with my brother, and he was the oldest. It's, I could be mid-bite, like, get up, you better go follow him to that bathroom. So I was always his protector, even though he was the oldest, I always walked through them doors first. And he has now opened up doors for this family for us to continue and be better than what we were yesterday. So I want to applaud him and tell him that I appreciate him from taking me from 285, Old National, to the East Side. to endless flights, from instant oatmeal and cereal to continental breakfast. You know, not and from continental breakfast to personal chefs. You know what I'm saying? Like we went from apartments, you know, sometimes no hot water, man. Like we didn't stop. I love you, man.
It is with heavy hearts that we are here today. Just like everybody else, I'm still in disbelief. September the 5th, when I got the phone call, and I had to redirect myself to go to Corn's home, I was shaken. I was scared, but I was also praying on that ride. Upon my arrival, they were bringing Corn out the house. And I asked, could I ride with them? And they said, no, you can't ride. So I went in the house and I told Amber, I think you should get ready and go to the hospital. I'll stay back with Leor. Duke and Koya proceeded. As I was in there, I was praying because something came over me. I was nervous and scared because I was just thinking about what if? And I got the confirmation that my son had transitioned. Not only my son, but my best friend. We didn't get it right every time, but we gave it the best every time. I grew up without my biological father. And when I was a kid, I made a promise to myself and to God that if I ever had kids, one question my kid or kids would never have, and that's what my dad is. Because I had that question as a child. My grandmother and grandfather gave me everything wasn't nailed down. I was spoiled. But I still wanted to know where was my dad. From the day I met Quan and I held him, my life changed. I knew failure was not an option, but little did Quan know, he pushed me even harder to be a dad, to be a role model, and to be an example is what a man should be, built upon integrity, morals, and values. In this industry, finances play a big part. But because of the morals and values that we instilled in him, me and Tammy, a lot of things we turned down because it didn't feel morally right. The love that has been displayed these past days for our son, brother, dad, whatever he may have been to you, it's been immeasurable. It's like now when I hear a Rich Homie Quan song, it sounds different to me. was looking at Channel 2 News a week ago, and they mentioned the word Rich Homie Quan. And the lady said, he's an Atlanta icon. I just looked up at God and said, God, I thank you. Transition is inevitable for all of us. And I know that that day is gonna come where I'll see him again. Right now, I'm waiting on him just to come and say, Dad, I'm okay. I used to tell people I live day by day. Now I live second by second. I was taught as a kid, men don't cry. That's a sign of being weak or you soft. But as I got older, I realized that crying is a sign of pain. And Lord knows I'm in pain. Somebody asked me the other day, how you doing? I said, I don't even know how I'm doing. But I know that God's grace and mercy is keeping us here. There are times since I lost my son, I don't know what to do. Prime example, when me and his mother had to go make arrangements, I buried a lot of my family members. I know the process. But as we were walking through the funeral home in the casket room, I stopped and said, what are we doing here? And Tammy looked at me and said, Corey, we're not supposed to be here. So when we left, the Spirit touched me and just said, hey, this is a bit too much for you, because I'm emotional. I lost my best friend. I lost a kid I talked to 9, 10 times a day. Pop, if he just want to talk. Dad, if he needs something. I mean, like, I was his protector. I would do anything to protect this kid. And I used to tell him all the time, you know, so much go on that you don't even know about, because we love you. Dre texts me all the time, Monte texting, what we doing, and I have to find a solution, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of those times, all I could do is pray and ask God to help us. So when I look at, like, when they sent me the obituary and I glanced at it on my phone, I didn't look at it long. I said, this kid has accomplished a great deal at a young age. And to be honest, being in the trenches, you don't realize that. But once you see it, like, compound, you know, like on a piece of paper, you'd be like, this kid really did his thing, man. I'm humbled to have been his dad. One of the last conversations we had, I was asking him some questions, and I said, have some of my life or how I live my life impact the decisions you make? And I said, be honest. And he said, Dad, you know, as a kid, a child's first hero is his dad. And he said, we as kids tend to do what we see. And if I have to answer you truthfully, yes. He told me, he said, yes. The pain that I feel right now is immeasurable, man. I feel as though I've been broken into a million pieces. But I'm reminded that I know a man that'll put me back together one piece at a time, over time. To the fans, to the family, to the loved ones, I thank you all for taking time out of your day to be here with us and to pay respects to my son. And I'm gonna leave y'all with a little story, because
because everybody a little somber. And I know people have been feeling sad for us, but like Dre said, we're gonna figure it out. It's a time and place for everything. Right now, it's a time for us to mourn. It's okay. It's okay. Jesse Jackson said it might be dark now, but the morning got to come. It's coming. We don't know when and where. So I drank a little Ciroc. Forgive me, church. Had some bottles of Ciroc down at the apartment downtown. And I usually buy them because I just like the pretty bottles. But whenever I want to have me a drink, I have me a little drink. So I was down there one evening, Ciroc sitting over there on the counter looking good. Grabbed me a glass and poured me some Ciroc. And put some juice in it. So I went to take a drink. I said, man, this tastes real. I ain't no drinker, but I said, this tastes real weak, man. So I called Duke. Duke, man, you did something to the Ciroc? He said, no, Dad, I ain't touched no Ciroc. So I called Quan. I said, Quan, you did something to the Ciroc, man. He started laughing. So I said, man, what you do? He said, man, I was down there one night. All my brown were gone. That Ciroc was calling my name, man. I said, you drunk all my Ciroc, man. He said, Dad, I drunk all of it. He said, man, but the crazy part about it, that was 3 months ago. He said, I've been waiting on this call for 3 months, man. So he said, man, I owe you some Ciroc, man. But he took and put water back in my bottle to make it look like it was full. You know what I'm saying? But I just say to my son, man, you consider me to be your hero, but I wish I would have told you that you were my hero. Your sacrifices, your endurance, your strength carried us. I would be on there on Thursdays and Fridays and see you, and then to see videos on a Saturday of how you were, a whole different person once you were on stage. So before I leave, I want to say this. Me and Quan used to ask each other for favors here and there. And I have one more favor I want to ask you, son. I know you're up there in heaven looking down on us. If you don't mind, save a spot for me.
Hallelujah. We thank and praise God for this day. My testimony, and I hope yours, just as Rich Homie Quan, is that our soul has been anchored in Jesus. Is that your testimony? My soul has been anchored. Yeah. Though the storms keep on raging in my life, and sometimes it's hard telling night from day, still that hope that lies within is reassured as I keep mine eyes upon that distant shore. I know you'll lead me safely to that blessed place He has prepared. But if your storms they don't cease, and just in case the wind the Lord. I realize that sometimes in this old life we're gonna be tossed by the waves and the currents that seem so fierce. But in the Word of God, I got a mighty, mighty, mighty strong anchor, and it keeps me steadfast, unmovable, despite the times. Yeah. But if your storms, they don't cease, yeah, just in case the wind keep on blowing in my life, my soul has been anchored. My soul been anchored. Hey. My soul been anchored. My soul been anchored. My soul been anchored. Say, billows may roll, but my soul been anchored. Say the breakers may dash, but my soul been anchored. You can talk about me just as much as you please, but the more you talk, the more you fuss. I'm going on my knees, and my soul been anchored. My soul been anchored. Anchored in Jesus. Anchored in the Lord. Say my soul been anchored. In Jesus. Be not weary. In well-doing. Be not dismayed. Whatever betide. God will take care of you. Say my soul been anchored. My soul been anchored. My soul has been anchored in. My soul been anchored in the Lord.
Amen. Let's give God another hand clap of praise. My soul has been anchored in the Lord. There's no better place to anchor your soul than in the Lord. I want to read to you a familiar text today. David's writing from Psalms 23. And he writes, "The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. God restoreth my soul, and he leadeth me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord." Can we go back to verse 4? Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. I want to stop reading there, and I want to talk about walk through. Walk through. Let us pray. God, we have gathered in this holy place this afternoon. to hear a word from you. God bless our minds, our hearts, our souls. Allow, God, this your word to penetrate, invigorate, stimulate, rejuvenate, but God, most of all, allow your word to illuminate in our lives that we may see you even the more clear. And in so doing, God, we may be able to leave this place better than we came. In the matchless, wonderful, great name of Jesus, we pray. Amen. Walk through. Give God some praise. Amen. My brothers and sisters, a few years ago, Quan released a hit record called Walk Through. Now, while it is impossible for me to give you all of the lyrics in this sanctuary, I have chosen a few that would be appropriate for today. He says, I be feeling like a man when I walk through. Ain't studying what you're saying when I walk through. And then the audience, would you help me? He would say, watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me walk through, watch me, watch me, watch me walk through. Y'all know that, right? Listen, now I will say this. Yes, y'all got it over there, amen. These are the words from Devontae Lamar. He wrote these words that we may understand that all of us at one point or another we're going to have to walk through. Indeed, all of us in this sanctuary today, all of us standing outside, all of us streaming from around the world, no matter who we are. Thank you, Natalie. Amen. No matter who we are, sooner or later, we're going to have to walk through some difficulty. I know that everybody in the building who's ever been in church before has heard these words, and they still remain true. All of us are either in a storm or we're coming out of trouble has a way for all of us of just showing up in our lives. There's not a statement more true that I've ever seen than that commercial that says life comes at you fast. Amen. Trouble doesn't whether we were born in Buckhead. Amen. Trouble doesn't care if the folk with money in here who carry a black AMX or whether you carry a green EBT. Trouble doesn't care out of the stands and you wrap your arms around him and his arms around you, and you carried him on earth to what you thought the finish line was. Well, on September the 5th, the race that he was running became greater than anything that you can control. But here is what I want you to know. You couldn't come out of the stand to wrap your arms around him. But I know somebody who came out of the stands and wrapped their arms around him and took him to the finish line. Is there anybody who's left in this auditorium who knows this man by the name of Jesus? Amen. We've got to know today, family, and we've got to realize that at some point in our lives, we've got to be able to say, like Paul told Timothy in 2 Timothy, the 4th chapter, the 6th through the 8th verse, he says, "For I am now ready to be offered up. The time of my departure is at hand. I fought a good fight. I finished the course, and I've kept the faith." And he says, "Since I have done these things, henceforth there is laid up for me this crown of righteousness." And he says, the crown is not laid up for me only, but is laid up for everybody in World Changes Today. Amen. It's laid up for everybody who is streaming today. But God wants us first to confess his son, Jesus Christ, as our Lord and Savior. You can't get ready without Jesus, amen. Because the Bible says that all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Then it says in Romans 6:23, the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life. But the good news is Romans 10:8 and 9, which says if you confess with your mouth and believe in your heart that Christ Jesus died and was risen again, then you shall be saved. I stopped by to let somebody know today who doesn't know Jesus.
Compliant. Unbeknownst to the victims, Diddy kept the videos. Wow. I don't even have an appropriate sound for the soundboard for that because I really feel bad reading this, but he kept the videos and he filmed these people. After the freak-offs, Diddy and the victims typically received IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. Members of the enterprise included, the security staff, supervisors, personal assistants, and other people facilitated the freak-offs by booking hotel rooms, stocking the hotel room with freak-off supplies, including controlled substances, baby oil, lubricant, extra linens, and lighting, cleaning the hotel rooms after the freak-offs to try to mitigate the room damage, arranging travel for the victims and the sex workers, and then Diddy to and from the freak-offs, resupplying Diddy with the requested supplies, delivering large sums of cash to Diddy to pay the sex workers, scheduling the delivery of IV fluids. And during the raid in March, it looks like law enforcement seized various freak-off supplies, including narcotics and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Diddy subjected victims to all types of abuse to engage in freak-offs. He maintained control over his victims through physical violence, promises of career opportunities, financial support, things of the like. During and separate from freak-offs, Diddy, among other things, hit, kicked, and threw objects at and dragged victims, at times by their hair. These assaults often resulted into injuries that took days or weeks to heal. Diddy also threatened victims' careers and livelihoods. The victims believed that they could not refuse his demands without risking their financial or job security without repercussions in the form of physical or emotional abuse. Diddy also used the sensitive, embarrassing, and incriminating recordings of the freak-offs as collateral to ensure the continued obedience of the victims. Members of the enterprise, including Diddy's personnel, at times carried firearms. On more than one occasion, Diddy himself carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten others, including the victims. During the raid in March, both in LA and in Miami, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s. So as you guys can see, there's a lot going on here. I'm just scrolling. The racketeering conspiracy, this is what I was interested in. This is RICO applied on a federal level from at least in or about 2008 through on or about the date of filing this indictment. The Southern District of New York, Diddy the defendant, and others known or unknown persons being employed by and associated with, described in paragraphs 6 through 12, engaged in activities that affected interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly combined, conspired, confederated, and agreed together that with each other to violate the racketeering laws of the United States. Title 18, United States Code, Section 1962. That is to conduct and participate directly and indirectly in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise through the pattern of racketeering. So here's what that consists of. So they are outlining how Diddy himself and his enterprise engaged in RICO. So 1, multiple acts of involving kidnapping charged under the provisions of state law. This is mostly in California. 2, multiple acts involving arson. I just thought it was 1. But there's more than 1 act involving arson. So it isn't just about Kid Cudi. So it says that we have arson, we have attempt, we have aiding and abetting, and we have conspiracy. 3, multiple acts involving bribery, chargeable under the following provisions. Most of this is in California. 4, multiple acts indictable under Title 18 related to tampering with a witness, victim, or an informant. Wow. Next, multiple acts indictable, and this is related to forced labor. Next, related to sex trafficking. Next, related to transportation and inducement for travel of purposes of prostitution and other illegal activities. Next, distribution and possession with the intent to distribute and conspiracy to do the same. This is drugs. Look at all the drugs that are up here. Cocaine, oxycodone. I can't even pronounce some of that stuff. Meth. Wow, ketamine, acid. It's part of a conspiracy that Diddy, the defendant, agreed that a conspirator would commit at least 2 acts of racketeering in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise. Okay, notice of special sentencing factor. We're almost done, y'all. From at least in or about 2019 up into including 2018, the Southern District of New York, as part of this agreement to conduct and participate in the conduct and affairs of the Combs enterprise. So they've been watching him since 2009. They've been watching Diddy for a long time. The defendant agreed to, in and affecting interstate foreign commerce, knowingly recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, obtain, advertise, maintain, patronize, and solicit by any means of a person, knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact of the means of force, threats of force, fraud, and coercion described in Title 18 of the United States Code, Section 1591. Any combination of such means could be used to cause a person to engage in commercial sex acts. That was just count 1, guys. Count 1, all of that was RICO. Do you see how it's a little bit more tighter than what we're seeing with YSL? Now, let me go to count 2 and just read that one briefly. Count 2 is sex trafficking by force, fraud, and coercion. Victim 1, so there's 1 victim here that they are going to try to conceal. Count 3, the transportation to engage in prostitution. All of that is here. Forfeiture allegations are here as well. There you have it, guys. This is bad for Diddy. But at the same time, you don't want people like this out there in the street. Oh, he might have to get rid of some of his property. Let me read that part because this is like his property. What are they saying about? Okay, so forfeiture allegations. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 1 of this indictment, the defendant shall forfeit to the United States pursuant to Title 18, United States Code Section 1963, any and all interest the defendant acquired or maintained in violation of Title 18. That is crazy. They're taking all his stuff. Any and all interest in securities of, claims against, and property or contractual rights of any kind affording a source of influence over the enterprise named and described herein, which the defendant established, operated, controlled, conducted, and participated in the conduct of Title 18, and any and all property constituting and derived from the proceeds obtained directly and indirectly of said offense, including but not limited to a sum of money in United States currency representing the amount of proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense. They're taking all his money. This is why he was selling his house this past summer. As a result of committing the offense alleged in counts 2 of this indictment, the defendant shall forfeit to the United States any and all property, real and personal, involved in, used, or intended to be used to commit or facilitate the commission of said offense, and any and all property traceable to such property, and any and all property, real and personal, constituting or deriving from proceeds obtained directly or indirectly as result of this said offense, including but not limited to all money, all currency, United States currency representing the amount of property of said offense. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 3, he has to forfeit his property. So all 3 counts means that all his stuff has to be like submitted to the government. If any of the above described forfeitable property as a result of any of these acts of the defendant cannot be located, has to be transferred, has to be placed beyond the jurisdiction, has substantially diminished in value, or
later that
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams, in his name, there's an Infinity vehicle rented, right?
Yes, sir. Through the DA's office. Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors what evidence you have that Jeffrey Williams drove that Infinity rented vehicle.
Objection, Your Honor, regarding matters that are within the province of the jury.
To share with the jury. I'm going to have to move on to another topic. Let me ask you about,
Do you want to approach for a minute?
sure.
So just check and make sure it's a little distracting. Check and make sure your phones aren't getting picked up by You've taken it anyway, so go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Still.
Good seeing you.
All right.
Same here, sir.
Mr. Short, you're standing up. You have questions? Well, I mean, you're up and nobody else is, so I guess you can take your turn now and then we'll see whether anybody else has questions.
Investigator Thorpe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right, my name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a copy of your report in front of you?
No, sir.
Let me see if I can get you.
I can't hear you, what? I don't, oh, if Mr. Shar has one, I have one that he could use.
I believe
It
it's-
doesn't matter.
And, Your Honor, may I just approach and bring it up? And I'm not asking Detective Thorpe to refer to it at all right now. I just want him to have it handy in case he needs to.
In the event, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Detective Thorpe, I'm going to ask you about October 19th of 2015.
Okay.
Okay? And that is the day for reference. Do you know what happened on that day off the
Uh,
top of your head?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was the day that you spoke to the person who identified himself as Nicholas Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'd like to talk to you about how that happened. Zone 1 Day Watch contacted you about having a person in custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were informed by your fellow officers that this person was named Nicholas Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the way, to your understanding, this person identified himself to the police.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this Nicholas Robinson, he was in custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He had, on that day, on October 19th, 2015, he had been arrested for a felony offense of theft by receiving, correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Your Honor, as to, never mind, withdraw the objection.
And he was also had probation warrants.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The reality is Nicholas Robinson was on his way to Rice Street, to 901 Rice Street, the Fulton County Jail.
Yes, sir.
And your fellow officers called you and said, this person may have information on something you're working on.
Yes, sir.
And you decided, well, before I get there, on direct, as I understand your testimony, you testified that you did not think Nicholas Robinson was trying to help himself out by talking to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when I say help himself out, I'm talking about get consideration on charges that were now pending against him. Are we on the same page?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your testimony is you do not believe that he was trying to get help for
Objection,
those.
asked and answered.
Overruled.
Is that your testimony? You don't believe he was trying to get curry favor and get help with his pending charges?
Yeah, he may have, but that was not up to me.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Prior to October 19, 2015, prior to the date he had been arrested, had Nicholas Robinson ever come up to you and tried to give you information?
No, sir.
Okay. You decided to conduct a formal interview with this person who to you was known as Nicholas Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was he wearing at that time of the formal interview? Was he in Rice Street
Objection.
Blues yet?
Relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. During the course of your interview with Nicholas Robinson, he continued to refer to himself as Nicholas Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you referred to him as Nicholas Robinson because you believe that was his identity, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he never corrected you.
Yes, sir.
And you all, without getting into what was said, you all spoke about the shooting of Donovan Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Okay. After this interview on October 19, 2015, investigator Gaither informed you that this man's name was not, in fact, Nicholas Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir. But it was not after the interview. It was during the interview.
Okay, during the interview,
Yes, sir.
investigator Gaither informed you that this man was not, in fact, Nicholas Robinson,
Correct.
and his name was Spencer Wright.
Correct.
Okay, and just to be clear, when we say during the interview, it was well into the interview. The interview hadn't just started. You guys had been talking for some time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this interview happened on October 19, 2015.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The warrants that you took out on the Donovan Thomas case were taken out. I know you testified that it was in November sometime.
Yes, sir.
It was actually taken out on October 20th,
Okay.
2015. Isn't
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about your reports. You've been in law enforcement for how long?
30 years and 8-9 months.
30 years and 9 months.
Hmm.
And all that with Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when you were brought on by the police department, before you even started you started on the streets, right?
Yes, sir.
Feet on the streets. Okay, before you even started, they trained you on writing reports, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and throughout these 30 years of service you have with the Atlanta Police Department, you've obtained refreshers, taken refresher courses on writing reports, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've been trained that your reports are to be accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, accurate about evidence received,
Yes, sir.
accurate about things that have been told to you,
Yes, sir.
and accurate about the work you do on a case, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were supposed to document that work, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's also, these reports are also supposed to be complete, correct?
Yes, sir.
So as per your training, work you've done on the case, your reports are to include a complete accounting of this work, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you testified, and I'm not going to retread over things that Mr. Steele covered, but just briefly. You testified that you went to the McDonald's to search for surveillance video.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what date did you do that?
I believe it was not the 11th, I think it was the 12th. January 12th, I'm sorry, January
Okay,
12th.
January 12th, you
Or-
went to the McDonald's
Yes, sir, I believe it was.
to look for video,
Yes, sir. I can't recall exactly what day it was.
but you're pretty sure it was January 12th?
Yeah, it was in that time range. It wasn't like 2 or 3 months later.
Okay, did you not just testify that when you went to the McDonald's, they informed you that the video had been taped over?
Yes, most of it is on a 15-day cycle, so I don't never know when their 15-day cycle starts or ends.
Okay, but if you went on January 12th, that would have been 2 days.
Yeah, once again, do not know when their 15-day. Everybody's system is different. Might not follow the same 15 days as in the months. It's like sometimes we get them and the video can be 2 hours behind, 2 hours ahead, based on that particular location. So I do not know when their 15-day rotation was.
Who went with you?
I went by myself.
Who did you talk to at McDonald's? What was their name?
I cannot recall the name.
Did you record any of this?
No.
And none of this is in your report?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's not.
Yes, it's not.
Okay. The auto parts store, When did you go speak to people at the auto parts store?
Maybe a couple of days later.
And who went with you?
Nobody.
And is that recorded?
No, sir.
And is that mentioned in your reports for APD?
No, sir.
When did you realize you lost your notepad?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I cannot recall, but I knew that upon hearing the indictment, I went looking for the case file and I could not locate the case file.
Did you not hand over your notepad to the DA's office when you handed over your file?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about the Green Store. The Green Store is formerly known as Mommy's Grocery. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's on Glen Street.
Yes, sir.
About 100 yards from where Glen intersects with McDaniel Street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree quarter mile from the scene where Donovan Thomas was shot?
Yeah, about a block and a half, 2 blocks maybe.
Block and a half to 2 blocks.
Yeah, possibly, probably.
To drive from the Green Store to that scene about a minute?
Probably less than that,
Less than a minute, okay,
depending on the traffic.
gotcha. Okay, as I understood on direct, your testimony about surveillance at the Green Store was no one told you they had surveillance.
Well, I believe they said the system was not working that day or something like that.
No, when, I'm talking about what Ms. Love asked you. I believe you said that no one told you that they had surveillance. Is that not correct?
I can't recall, but I believe it was to that degree that the video system was not working, so they didn't have video.
Okay.
If the video system was not working, they didn't have video.
So your testimony isn't that no one told you they had surveillance. Your testimony is you went to the Green Store?
Correct.
Okay, who went with you to the Green Store?
No one.
Who did you speak to?
I cannot recall the person's name.
What day did you go to the Green Store?
Probably within that week, I believe it was.
Okay, and it was that trip to the Green Store, was that recorded?
No, sir.
Okay, is that in your notes?
No, sir.
I mean, excuse me, in your report?
No, sir.
Okay. You testified that on the night, well, early morning of January 11th, you had a brief conversation with Deshaun Quarterman.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Deshaun, other than that brief conversation with Deshaun Quarterman, did you speak to Deshaun Quarterman any more about as part of your investigation?
No.
Mr. Copeland, Kenneth Copeland, you said that you were involved in about 4, I believe the testimony was 4 formal interviews with Mr. Copeland?
I believe so it was. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have Mr. Copeland's phone number?
No.
Did Mr. Copeland have your phone number?
No.
Did you ever speak on the phone with Mr. Copeland as part of your investigation, other than that first night when Deshaun Quarterman called him and you?
No, I can't recall ever talking to him on the phone.
Okay,
Or
you just-
interviewing him on the phone. No, sir.
Well, okay, I want to be clear. I'm not saying just an interview. I'm saying talking to him on the phone.
No, sir.
So your testimony is you never spoke to
Not that I
Kenneth
recall.
Copeland on the phone. Not
No,
that
sir.
you recall, or you never did it.
I can recall if I ever did. So I think I did not talk to him over the phone.
Okay. Are there any mentions in your notes, I mean, excuse me, your reports about speaking to Mr. Copeland on the phone?
No, sir.
And Kelvin Watts, you know him as Shell Kel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever interview Kelvin Watts as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Okay, when was that?
I cannot recall when it was, but he you want to go into detail, but it was,
I'm not asking you what was said. I'm
Okay.
just asking when you spoke to him.
I cannot recall, he was brought on an unrelated case.
Okay, so as part of this investigation, I'm asking, not unrelated cases.
Yeah, well, I asked him because he was there at the time of the incident. So I asked him roundabout questions and he was like, don't want to talk about it.
So let me ask you this. In your investigation, were you able to determine Kelvin Watts' whereabouts on January 10th, 2015 at 7:20 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object based on hearsay. It would necessarily require.
Overruled.
And where was Kelvin Watts?
He was at the location, incident location.
Where Donovan Thomas was shot?
Yes, sir.
How far away was he from Donovan Thomas?
Your Honor, may we approach? I need to.
You may.
Thank you.
Good.
Investigator Thorpe, how did you determine that Kelvin Watts was on the scene?
I'm going to object to assuming facts not in evidence, and I'm going to ask that a proper foundation be laid.
That's overruled.
The video surveillance footage of a person coming inside the barber shop was presented to the media, placed on the news, and his father called me and notified me that the person I'm looking for with the assault rifle is actually his son, Calvin Watts.
Oh, okay. Let me try to clear this up. Okay, Investigator Thorpe, could you turn, does Donovan Thomas Senior have multiple sons?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. Would looking at your report refresh your recollection about who was in the barber shop?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please turn to page 3 of your report where it talks about January 11, 2015? I'm assuming your page 3 is the same one I'm looking at. Do you see where it says on January 11, 2015 at approximately 18:45 hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection about who was in the barber shop with the gun?
Yeah, okay, yes, sir.
Okay. Who was in fact the individual that was in the barber shop with the gun?
Okay, DeMonte Thomas.
Okay. And is that another one of Donovan Thomas's Senior's children?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Kelvin Watts, I'm going to ask again, do you know whether he was at the scene or not?
No, sir.
You don't know one way or another?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever specifically ask him, without giving me the answer, did you ever specifically ask him when you interviewed him about a
Objection,
different case?
relevance as to whether he asked him, it would. Overrule.
Did you ever specifically ask him if he was at the scene or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you able to identify, you've seen the surveillance video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to identify all of the people that were standing by Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr. when he was shot?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any other defense attorneys with questions for this witness? Mr. Williams? Questions for this witness? Okay. Is there redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Thorpe, you were asked on cross-examination about an alibi that Mr. Copeland gave at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
And do you recall exactly what it was that Mr. Copeland told you he was doing at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes, if I recall correctly, he stated that he was home in the bed asleep.
Okay. So did he ever tell you that he was at the green store at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever tell you he was at the McDonald's at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Copeland offer you, let me ask you this. Was that information that he gave to you about his whereabouts captured on the video surveillance in the interview room?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Copeland ever tell you anything different about what he was doing or where he was at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder outside the interview room?
No, ma'am.
Now, how many, you said you worked 300 homicides or more during your time with APD?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you give to the district attorney's office the results of your investigation? Do you normally just turn over your notepad or do you summarize it?
Rise in a report. Okay. It's called the lead investigator supplement.
All right. You were also asked on cross-examination about the time it takes to get from the murder scene to the green store. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever give you any indication that immediately before or immediately after the murder, he was at the green store?
No, ma'am, he never gave me any indication. Sorry.
In all of your interactions with Kenneth Copeland, did he ever change his whereabouts as to where he was at the time of the murder?
No, ma'am, he did not.
You were also asked whether you interviewed Kelvin Watts.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you said it was in the course of another investigation, do you recall what investigation that was?
Yes, ma'am.
What investigation was that?
It was a homicide.
A homicide of who?
I can't recall the victim's name. It was a young lady.
Now, as it related to that particular homicide, did you interview Shannon Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were asked on cross-examination about asking Kelvin Watts his whereabouts at the time Donovan Thomas was murdered, do you have any indication, or did you see any indication on the surveillance footage that you saw that Kelvin Watts was there at the scene of the murder?
Not definitively, no, ma'am.
And regarding the victim of the murder that you were speaking to Kelvin Watts and that you interviewed Shannon Stillwell about, was that victim Tierra Jones?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
When you take notes about what you learned in your investigation, do you include every negative outcome that you have? In other words, I went to this store and found nothing, this store and found nothing. Do you include all of that every time in your investigative summary?
No, ma'am.
Would you keep that information or share that information if you were asked about it?
Yes, ma'am.
You would share it?
Yes, ma'am.
So why don't you put all of the negative information, like in terms of not having found anything, in your investigative report?
I try and keep my supplements relative to the investigation. So if they wish to do a follow-up, they say, okay, this is where he went. He got this. Let me go back and verify this, verify that.
You were asked on cross-examination as well about questions that you spoke with Mr. Copeland regarding.
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically, if he rented a gray Infiniti.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any knowledge that Jeffery Williams had rented a gray Infiniti at that time?
No, ma'am. None.
And when you say that you met Kenneth Copeland at the back of police headquarters,
Yes, ma'am.
did you see how he arrived?
No, ma'am.
Were you given information about how he arrived from anyone?
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Did your questions regarding what kind of car that Mr. Copeland may have owned or rented have anything to do with what you believe he arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
You, when asked on cross-examination about Mr. Copeland's whereabouts at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder, do you know or have personal knowledge of where his cell phone records indicate he was at the time of the murder? Personal knowledge, do you?
No, ma'am. I do not have personal knowledge.
Did you see yourself and Mr. Copeland on the screen when you asked on cross-examination about defense? Jeffery Williams defense exhibit number 241Z?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see the cell phone on the table before you in front of Mr. Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
When I asked you earlier if Mr. Copeland carried a cell phone, did you recall at the time that he had one during the interview?
I didn't recall he had one during the time of the interview.
When you video record interviews such as this one and others, does the video recording of the interviews, do they serve to preserve information that you may not remember later?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you turn over all of the video recordings of interviews that you do to the district attorney's office and to be provided to discovery?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Kenneth Copeland make any effort, to your knowledge, to hide the phone that he had with him during the interview?
No, ma'am.
Sustained. Did you see Kenneth Copeland attempt to cover up the phone?
No, ma'am.
Did you see Kenneth Copeland make any moves to conceal the phone from your eyesight?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall whether Kenneth Copeland pulled out that phone during the interview and offered to show you stuff? Do you recall?
No, I do not recall him doing that.
Would looking at that interview, a certain portion of it, refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show that to you in just a moment. Do you know who or where it is that you got the name Walter Maddox?
I believe
Without saying what someone said, just do you believe?
law enforcement database.
Okay. Prior to Kenneth Copeland telling you, did you know that his brother drove a Dodge Charger?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo at timestamp. And I'm going to show it to you. Just to see if it refreshes your memory. Approaching at timestamp 3/21/14. and since I'm not playing sound, are you able to remember whether or not Kenneth Copeland pulled out his phone to show you information by looking at this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Is your memory refreshed after reviewing it?
Yes, ma'am. Somewhat. Yes, ma'am.
During the interview, did Kenneth Copeland, and it's 378 Yankee Alpha, during that interview, did Kenneth Copeland pull out his cell phone and show you and offer to show you information?
I believe he did. Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him pulling it out and extending it towards you?
No, he was mostly keying it up himself.
Was he keying it up himself in front of you under your nose?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of your investigation, was it common or uncommon for the people you were interviewing to essentially key up information under your nose?
No, ma'am. It's not unusual.
Did anyone else do that during the course of your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Sustained. When you turned your file over to the district attorney's office in 2016, did you also turn over the recordings that included the interviews that you conducted?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were asked about the auto parts stores at the auto parts store and the other places in the area, nearby where the murder of Mr. Thomas occurred. At the time that you were investigating the homicide, do you recall what time it was or when in proximity to the murder that Kenneth Copeland said he was at the McDonald's?
He said afterwards.
And did he also give you information about persons who were at the McDonald's with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Through your investigation, did you attempt to and gain phone records for people who he said were at the McDonald's with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Was, according to Mr. Copeland, Demikion Garlington at the McDonald's at the same time he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Copeland, to your memory, give you information during any one of his interviews about where he and other people went after leaving the McDonald's?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
Jeffery Williams residence.
Okay. Did you determine the location of that residence after speaking with Mr. Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
When you reviewed the video surveillance at the Texaco back in January, when you first reviewed it, what were you looking for?
I'm looking for any one of those vehicles being in the parking lot near the gas pumps.
When you first reviewed the surveillance footage at the Texaco, did you know what Diamante Kendrick looked like?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any evidentiary value when you first reviewed it, or see or anything that you felt you needed to follow up on as it related to people going into the Texaco?
No, not till afterwards.
Okay. And when you say not until afterwards, what do you mean?
When the case file was turned over to Senior 88 Mike Sprinkle, we saw going over it, and he opened up the interior cameras and saw subjects of interest.
Your Honor, he's not talking. Go ahead.
He saw people of interest walking in.
When you say he opened up the interior cameras, can you explain what you mean?
Yes. We downloaded both interior and exterior cameras. What I was looking for on the exterior cameras was possible a tag for the vehicle that was used in the drive-by, or that if the car posted up at the gas station, circled the block, how many people was inside the vehicle, and if I can identify the people inside the vehicle. Senior 88 Sprinkle, he said, let's go ahead and look and see if anybody was inside the store. And he said, once he opened up the interior cameras, that's when we noticed people of interest that he started developing.
Does 88 Sprinkle was his knowledge of that digital system similar to yours or greater than yours?
Greater than mine.
All right. At the time that Mr. Copeland left the police department after your interview, did he leave with his brother who was waiting for him?
Yes, he did, ma'am.
Do you know whether or not he was taken home by that brother?
I do not know their destination afterwards.
Now, when you looked at the video surveillance at the Texaco initially, did you find anything of evidentiary value? Did you recognize anything of evidentiary value?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Were you able to get a license plate on any vehicles?
No, ma'am.
Did you do anything to intentionally hold back or withhold anything in the notes you talked about on cross-examination? Did you intentionally destroy them or anything?
No, ma'am.
How long did you run the footage on the local news media in order to get information about this murder?
I think they ran the media, the news station makes that determination. I think they run it for like a week or 2 weeks. And if we put in a request, they'll run it again.
Did you all put in a request for it to be run again? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Did you put that in the report that you ran, that video, for purposes of finding out who was in the barbershop at the time of the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what other kind of information, you were asked on cross what you didn't put in your report. What other kind of information did you put in your report?
That was it.
No, I mean in terms of, did you detail who you interviewed?
Yes, ma'am, I detail who I interviewed.
Did you detail the times that you interviewed them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail information that was shared during the interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail your efforts to, for instance, follow up on who shot up Mr. Copeland's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail information about people that you initially investigated but ultimately chose or decided not to charge?
I believe so, ma'am, yes.
Did you put information about Quintez Griffin in your interview?
Yes, ma'am.
In your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put the information about Spencer Wright in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put that Spencer Wright initially gave you a name, Nicholas,
Yes,
in your
ma'am.
report?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put information in your report about talking to Mr. Hendricks?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report what Mr. Hendricks told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report information about talking to Mr. Sanders?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report what he told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report each time that you talked with Mr. Copeland prior to 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you detail each time as opposed to just putting one time?
Because each time it was a different time and different interview.
Did you detail in your report the type of shell casings that were found on the scene of the Donovan Thomas murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the type of shell casings that were found at Van Ira?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report whether you conducted an informal or formal interview with Diamante Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report what Diamante Thomas told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report information regarding the video surveillance that you captured from Hair Unlimited Barbershop?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report social media posts that you investigated?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the type of the type of vehicle described by persons that you interviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report information about what your investigation revealed were retaliatory shootings after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you only interview Kenneth Copeland while he was outside of custody and voluntarily came in, or did you interview him after he had been taken into custody for other things?
After he'd been taken into custody for other things.
Did you detail in your report going to Hartsfield-Jackson Airport to try and find information provided to you by Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail the date that you went to Hartsfield-Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail who went with you to Hartsfield-Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Who went with you to Hartsfield-Jackson?
Detective Summer Benton.
What date did you go to Hartsfield-Jackson?
I can't recall. I can look at the note.
Okay.
Look at.
I'm showing you your report.
Okay. believe it was June 11th, 2015.
Did you detail in your report who it was that suggested meeting you at the homicide office the first time that you spoke with Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you requested Kenneth Copeland to meet you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that he agreed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you were not able to find any information about the rental that Jeffrey Williams did when you and Summer Benton went?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the date and time that you interviewed Demekion Garlington?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report what he told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you interviewed Justin Cobb?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the date and time that you interviewed him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the names of the persons that Kenneth Copeland gave you that were people you found of interest in the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report where it was that Kenneth Copeland advised you that he got that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report information about a social media site called Death to Snake Ends?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And did you detail in your report what it was? Your Honor, he was asked on cross-examination what he did not put in his report. I'm asking what information he did put. So I don't know how it's cumulative when this has not been covered by me, but it was covered on cross.
Overruled.
Did you detail in your report when it was that you saw that social media posting about Death to Snake Ends?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report who all was present at the time you interviewed Diamante Kendricks?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was it that you interviewed Diamante Kendricks? Do you recall?
I can't recall the exact date.
Which showing you your report, refresh your memory.
Yes, ma'am. It was October 6th.
Of 2015?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, October 6th of 2015.
Did you detail the time that
Yes,
you
ma'am.
interviewed? Why did you detail something so simple as the time that you interviewed him?
You know, exact time, the time that we started and the time we ended.
Did you detail in your report that Spencer Wright admitted giving you the false name of Nicholas Robinson?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you detail in your report when and against whom you took out arrest warrants for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Just one second. Other than Mr. Copeland's brother, did you see anybody else accompanying Mr. Copeland at the time that he came to see you?
No, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that Mr. Copeland came to see you with his girlfriend, Deshaun Quarterman?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just one second. Your Honor, with the exception of a matter I'd just like to approach the bench about, that may be the only
Okay.
question that I have.
All right, come on up. Loop cluster. We're gonna skip ahead since we've got our TiVo time. We should be coming back any second. Here we go.
Investigator Thorpe, how did you determine that Kelvin Watts was on the scene?
I'm going to object to assuming facts not in evidence, and I'm going to ask for the proper foundation. Overruled.
The video surveillance footage of a person coming inside the barber shop was presented to the media, placed on the news, and his father called me and notified me that the person I'm looking for with the assault rifle is actually his son, Calvin Watts.
Oh, okay. Let me try to clear this up. Okay. Investigator Thorpe, could you turn, does Donovan Thomas Senior have multiple sons?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. Would looking at your report refresh your recollection about who was in the barber shop?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please turn to page 3 of your report where it talks about January 11, 2015? I'm assuming your page 3 is the same one I'm looking at. Do you see where it says on January 11, 2015 at approximately 18:45 hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection about who was in the barber shop with the gun?
Yeah, okay, yes, sir.
Okay. Who was in fact the individual that was in the barber shop with the gun?
Okay, DeMonte Thomas.
Okay. And is that another one of Donovan Thomas's senior's children?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Kelvin Watts, I'm going to ask again, do you know whether he was at the scene or not?
No, sir.
You don't know one way or another?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you ever specifically ask him, without giving me the answer, did you ever specifically ask him when you interviewed him about a different case?
Relevance as to whether he asked him, it would overrule.
Did you ever specifically ask him if he was at the scene or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you able to identify, you've seen the surveillance video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to identify all of the people that were standing by Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr. when he was shot?
No, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any other defense attorneys with questions for this witness?
Watch her redirect.
Mr. Williams? Questions for this witness? Okay. Is there redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Thorpe.
And Detective, we're going to ask you to step out also.
Yes,
Thank you. So I got an indication just now that somebody was having a hard time hearing through this system. So whomever that was, can we just test it now? Because I suspect it's not this system. It's that people aren't holding this close enough to their mouths. So I wanted to just have y'all see if you can. Good enough? No. Okay, so people, can you?
I think the issue is people, I don't know what changed since the previous board, but I think people are speaking too softly and holding it far away.
Well, that's probably because I constantly tell at least Miss Love to keep it down because I suspect that she gets loud enough sometimes that the jury can hear her. But with regard to everybody else, maybe she needs to talk more quietly and the rest of us need to talk more loudly. So we'll try to do that and hold it closer. Okay, sorry about that. Well, we're about to talk about it anyway out here because we haven't resolved anything.
Your Honor, with the court checking its notes, could the court just give us the date that was?
Well, I gotta find it first.
Okay.
I mean, I think would have been in that week in August, right? That we had the non-jury week. Okay. It is too hot now. It is too hot now. Too hot now. Yeah, I guess if we want to, yeah, go ahead and everybody who needs to use the restroom, and then we'll come back on the record before we get the jury back in.
Summary.
No, ma'am.
Is, would you keep that information or share that information if you were asked about it?
Yes, ma'am.
You would share it?
Yes, ma'am.
So why don't you put all of the negative information, like in terms of not having found any in your investigative report?
I try and keep my supplements relative to the investigation. So if they wish to do a follow-up, they say, okay, this is where he went. He got this. Let me go back and verify this, verify that.
You were asked on cross-examination about questions that you spoke with Mr. Copeland regarding.
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically, if he rented a gray Infiniti.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any knowledge that Jeffery Williams had rented a gray Infiniti at that time?
No, ma'am. None.
And when you say that you met Kenneth Copeland at the back of police headquarters,
Yes, ma'am.
did you see how he arrived?
No, ma'am.
Were you given information about how he arrived from you?
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Did your questions regarding what kind of car that Mr. Copeland may have owned or rented have anything to do with what you believe he arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
You, when asked on cross-examination about Mr. Copeland's whereabouts at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder, do you know or have personal knowledge of where his cell phone records indicate he was at the time of the murder? Personal knowledge.
No, ma'am. I do not have personal knowledge.
Did you see yourself and Mr. Copeland on the screen who was asked on cross-examination about the fence? Jeffery Williams, defense exhibit number 241D.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see the cell phone on the table before you in front of Mr. Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
When I asked you earlier if Mr. Copeland carried a cell phone, did you recall at the time that he had one during the interview?
I didn't recall he had one during the time of the interview.
When you video record interviews such as this one and others, does the video recording of the interviews, do they serve to preserve information that you may not remember later?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you turn over all of the video recordings of interviews that you do to the district attorney's office and to be provided to discovery?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Kenneth Copeland make any effort, to your knowledge, to hide the phone that he had with him during the interview?
No, ma'am.
Sustained. Did you see Kenneth Copeland attempt to cover up the phone?
No, ma'am.
Did you see Kenneth Copeland make any moves to conceal the phone from your eyesight?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall whether Kenneth Copeland pulled out that phone during the interview and offered to show you stuff? Do you recall?
No, I do not recall him doing that.
Would looking at that interview, a certain portion of it refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
This
is recross or redirect, sorry.
Is that you got the name Walter Maddox?
I believe
Without saying what someone said, just use the word.
law enforcement database.
Okay. Prior to Kenneth Copeland telling you, did you know that his brother drove a Dodge Charger?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit.
Oh, I can hear him breathing.
378 Yankee Echo
Feels weird.
at timestamp. And I'm going to show it to you. Approaching at timestamp 3:21:14. Is she is now bending over his freaking stand. I cannot with this. You see that, Mike?
And since I'm not playing sound, are you able to remember whether or not Kenneth Copeland pulled out his phone to show you information by looking at this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Is your memory refreshed after reviewing?
Yes, ma'am. Somewhat. Yes, ma'am.
During the interview, did Kenneth Copeland, and it's 378 Yankee Alpha, during that interview, did Kenneth Copeland pull out his cell phone and show you and offer to show you information?
I believe he did. Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him pulling it out and extending it towards you?
No, he was mostly keying it up himself.
Was he keying it up himself in front of you under your nose?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of your investigation, was it common or uncommon for the people you were interviewing to essentially key up information under your nose?
The mic was.
No, ma'am. It's not unusual.
Did anyone else do that during the course of your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Sustained. When you turned your file over to the district attorney's office in 2016, did you also turn over the recordings that included the interviews that you conducted?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were asked about the auto parts stores at the auto parts store and the other places in the area, nearby where the murder of Mr. Thomas occurred. At the time, be specific, did Mr. Kendricks tell you that he did not remember what day did you interview him? Did you indicate in your report, reflect in your report, what day you interviewed him? Did Mr. Kendricks, did you ask him where he was or what he was doing on January 10th? And did he reply he couldn't even remember that day?
No, I'm not going to allow that. And you said yourself, you think you can maybe ask that through another witness. So
I
ask
can.
it through another witness because that's more the type of thing you should ask on direct,
Okay,
then redirect.
no problem. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Kendrick.
What did I say?
There's no
Ken-
S at the end.
No S at the end.
No S at the end.
Okay, anything else before we get this witness back and the jury back? Are you about to wrap up with this witness? Okay, and then how long's your next witness gonna be?
I'm trying to see how fast they can actually prepare. Our next witness is one we have on that list.
So you don't have another witness here and ready to go, even though I have said over and over and over and over again to have your next witness ready to go?
Even though our best efforts have been made to make that happen. The person, I'm not gonna represent that they're not. I just want to find out where they are before I say something different.
Can we know who the mystery witness is?
I intend that it will be G. Baker that we put on the list this morning.
Could you speak into the mic, please?
G. Baker, who arrested Quindarius Jeffrey.
G. Baker, I think is what she's saying.
Yep.
And, okay, well, is there somebody else if that witness isn't available? I mean, frankly, I'd rather that a witness get I don't want anybody inconvenienced, but I'd rather you have an extra witness here than we have an hour left with the jury, but nothing to fill their time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anyway, well, so how much longer are you gonna have with this witness? 30 minutes more with this witness?
10, 15, I have about, I can count the questions for the court.
Okay, again, this is redirect.
It is. But these are,
I don't want you to count the questions. I just want you to stay focused. Do we have an answer to the question, how long the next witness is away?
no, no, Your Honor.
Okay, well, let's just continue with the redirect, and then there may or may not be any recross, and then we'll see if the witness is here yet, and they better be. Serious, I know. Okay, so let's get the witness and get the jury.
Your Honor, before the jury's brought in, just really quickly, if I may. One of the things I wanted to inquire of one of our investigators about their efforts to secure one of the witnesses and the difficulty that we have had with respect to that witness. I expect that witness will be coming in. It's the one that we've been discussing, but I think it's pertinent information.
Not right now, and frankly, it doesn't matter if you have a particular witness. What you have been instructed is to have enough witnesses to fill the day.
Yes.
Okay, so if one witness is difficult, then you need to have another one lined up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's get the jury, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Thorpe,
Yes, ma'am.
did you detail in your report an incident regarding Kenneth Copeland, his child's mother, and his child being shot at on February 19th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the description of the vehicle that Kenneth Copeland said participated in that shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that after that shooting, you spoke with both Kenneth Copeland and his child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that that happened on February 21st, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report, you were asked regarding by Mr. Steele, you were asked about your questions to Kenneth Copeland and the gray Infinity or Maxima. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report whether or not you were looking for a Pontiac Bonneville around February 21st, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report asking Kenneth Copeland about waiting so long to talk about the date of the homicide incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report him stating that he was not a snitch?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that only after you talked to Kenneth Copeland did you begin to learn or investigate Jeffery Williams' rental of that Hertz Infinity?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the information that you got from one witness that may or may not have been consistent with the information you got from another witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object to this line of questioning under 403.
And Your Honor, my response is when the question was asked about what he did not put in his report, I think it's important that since that the jury is aware of what all he did put in his report.
Overruled.
Did you detail in your report who it was that was in the room with you at the time that you interviewed Quindarius Zachary?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you interviewed him on August 5th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you interviewed Diamante Kendricks on October 6th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that the date that you spoke with Spencer Wright or Nicholas Robinson at the time was October 19th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report confronting Mr. Wright about giving a false name?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report taking Mr. Wright anywhere for him to show you particular places?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked on cross-examination regarding the date that you took out warrants, and you said that it was October 20th, 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you took those warrants out the day after you went with Spencer Wright to a certain location on
Yes.
October 19, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report what you observed when you arrived on scene on January 10th, 2015 at 21:15 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report seeing yellow crime scene tape restricting pedestrian and vehicle traffic into the area?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report who you met with when you reported on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report who escorted you through the scene and showed you tangible evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report being advised that Mr. Thomas Jr. had passed away from his injuries?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the lighting on the streets of 330 McDaniel Street at the time you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that the lighting did not require additional support lights for processing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your reports that there were 3 different shell casings on the street, 3 different types of shell casings on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report information that you got from the anonymous person about what may have led to the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you were going to have an autopsy conducted by the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the date of birth and address of each of the victims, including Reginald Hendricks and Cordelia Sanders?
Yes, ma'am.
How many of the notepads or when you describe on cross-examination the notepad that you keep notes in through your investigations, what kind of notepad is that? Is that a big notebook like the one in front of me or a small one?
Small one, ma'am.
How many notepads have you kept throughout your time as a homicide investigator?
Relatively none. Once I get through transcribing all my notes over into my case file, I usually refurbish those notepads into working other scenes with other people when I'm not the lead.
How many notepads have you kept? Have you made over the years?
Made over the years, probably close to 200, 300.
You were asked about the things that you did not put in your report by on cross-examination. Is there anything that you left out, any other things that you left out of your report?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, I think that that's all that I have of this witness.
All right, thank you. Is there recross from anyone? Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele?